Good evening. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, February 7th, 2022 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the February 7th, 2022 Committee of the Whole agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. I need a mover and seconder to move into closed, but first I'll read the electronic participation closed session statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and confirm that no one else is present with you, and confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purpose of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Frake.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp.
I understand and confirm to all except electronic devices.
Councillor Vane.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Vardy's not here. And I understand and confirm to all the statements. Need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the committee proceed to meet in closed session under section 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Niagara Power Incorporated, NPI board update. All in favor to go into closed? That's carried. We're now moving into closed.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back. We are now in open session for the committee of the whole again. We just need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation and closed. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the presentation provided in closed session be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to number 5, council endorsement package. The committee of adjustment, that's just received. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bothwell. And seconder, I didn't see, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved the committee of adjustment council endorsement package be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to adoption of previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bothwell. Seconder. Councillor Frake. Councillor Vane.
I don't know if this is the correct time or not, but I want to lift an item for further discussion that was covered in a previous council meeting.
This is for, these are for the adoption of the planning and development and committee of
Okay.
adjustment.
Yep, sorry, my mistake.
Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the committee of adjustment minutes of January 18th, 2022 and planning and development public meeting minutes 26Z 16-2101, 26Z 16-2102 of January 24th, 2022 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to number 8, the consent agenda. Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor. If this is the appropriate time, I'd like to lift report 7.2A, the communications update, just for discussion.
8.2A, yes, that's noted.
7.2.
Need a mover and seconder for the remainder of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the committee of the whole hereby approves the following items and that the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report DRS 22-03 Parks, Recreation and Culture Information Report. Report DPW 22-05 Drinking Water System Annual Summary Report. Report DPW 22-06 Drinking Water System Annual System Report. Report PA 22-04 Planning Touch Point. All in favor? That's carried. All right. All right, now we can talk about the lifted item. Now, item 8.2A. Communications update. Need a mover and seconder to get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Cadwell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I just want to, I thought it was a great report, a lot of good information there, a lot of good ideas of moving forward with the report. I looked the part of the newspaper advertising. We've invested well into the local newspapers, that's for sure. Some a little bit better than others, but it's a good way of getting the information out to the residents in the community. I like how the report does talk about the options of using the other options more often. I'll say that, and to get to the community. And yeah, the only thing, it had a lot of good points to it with regards to the types of venues of social media to the residents. And I think I just have a question for Sarah Sweeney with regards to the Peach King digital sign. I've noticed the last few days it's not working, but if she could just give us a bit of an update on that. But that is a great tool for us for reaching out to the community. That sign, yeah. So, anyways, if it's okay, if Sarah wouldn't mind, just giving a bit of an update with regards to the digital Peach King sign. Thank you.
Sarah, welcome.
I'd be happy to. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And thank you, Councillor Cadwell, for the comments and the feedback. Yes, sometimes when something goes missing or doesn't work is when you realize its value. We've had lots of questions about the sign, and I'm pleased to tell you that there is a part that we are waiting for that we need for repair, and it is on order. So as soon as it arrives, it will be replaced and fixed and functioning well again.
Great, thanks, Sarah. That's good news. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I do appreciate very much Sarah's work. And I know she's very active on making sure that our social media is updated and we get relevant information out to the public and the community in a time manner. She does a great job. And I know it's really, really appreciated. So I just want you to know that every one of those little tweets or any one of those Facebook posts, people do appreciate it. They also appreciate the paper version. And there's still a large traditional group that enjoys having the newspapers in front of them with the important information that's going on in the town. And Lincoln has used the newspapers extensively as well as a communication piece. So I am a little dismayed to see that Metroland News has discontinued some of their distribution to Grimsby, and some of the areas are not receiving that paper. And it's even more vital now that we do look that News Now is really the only community newspaper that serves all of Grimsby through Canada Post. So it's still a very valued piece of communication. I was doing a quick check on the budget, and the 2021 budget for advertising and promotion was $131,700 overall between all departments. And I know it's a shared resource and the costs are shared between each of the different departments and apportioned accordingly. We actually only spent, what I could see was about $98,300 in 2021, leaving like a little bit of a surplus of $34K. And our budget for next year is roughly the same, $136,000. So I know we have, those funds, however we put it towards communicating, we can't do enough. So the more we do, the better. So I appreciate all the hard work again that staff have done to reach out to the community. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
This is a question directed to the CAO. Harry, I'm just curious, based on the numbers that Councillor Bothwell just said of 136,000, if we were to go strictly, and I know a lot of towns do it now, go strictly to social media and save that 136,000, is that equivalent to like a 1% of our property tax bill that we could share back with the residents, or at least not increase our taxes as much next year?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. As the report says, we need the funds for communication. We can't do enough communication, so we're not saying that we want to decrease our 2021 run rate in 2022 because we need to communicate. And we're just using various options as much as we can to continue. So I wouldn't at all recommend we reduce that run rate at 136,000. It's just that we're going to do it differently. We're not just going to use newspapers. We're going to use all sorts of formats, better graphics. Like Sarah's been doing this on the edge of her table. We need a little bit more support and communications to help. So we're going to.
Sure.
So we want to continue with that run rate. We need to communicate, and I think you've seen that. Yeah.
Okay. Would the money not be better spent on a communications person, which is something we've been putting off for a while now?
And, just in our graphics alone and some of the print we do for recreation, some of the things we do for social media, no, I would say that we need to keep that run rate for communications, period.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
I think Sarah Sweeney has something to say as well, Mr. Mayor. And just, sorry, I meant to add very quickly, Sarah, you do an excellent job already. Thank you. Saying.
Thank you,
All right.
Jordan. If
Go
I
ahead,
may,
Sarah. Yeah.
just one other thing I just wanted to mention too is just do keep in mind as well, last year, we weren't running a lot of our activities. So once we get back up and going and have more versions of our digital leisure guide and our special events and all those activities, we're going to see some of those numbers return. So some of the differences in the past 2 years really are a reflection of some of what we haven't been able to do, and hopefully we will be doing this year.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just hearing this conversation, another avenue of reaching out to the residents through social media. I'm going to say it was back during the last term of council, maybe about the midway point, we were supposed to get a radio station to Grimsby. The radio station was going to come from Durham, who was approved by the CRTC. And wow, there's another great avenue for getting, letting the residents know what's going on. So maybe that'll happen in the future. I don't know, but anyways, it was approved. I was working with Mr. Brian Purdy on that initiative a little bit, just on the, from behind the scenes more or less. But that would have been great for the town. So, but it still may happen. But anyways, just throwing that out there as a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Cadwell, resolved that report DRS 22-02 Communications Update Report dated February 7th, 2022 be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. Right. Okay. Now we're moving to 12.2A. Report PA 22-05. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on 11.2B. Can I do that now?
Yep. Go ahead.
Well, I noticed it's a report.
Are we on the right slide? Yeah, right now we're doing the planning report, PA
Okay, sorry.
2205.
Okay.
Okay. We have a mover and seconder. Any questions or comments on 2205? It's 262 Main West. Counselor Bothwell.
I'm assuming there's going to be a staff person speaking to this report first before we have our comments, because I have quite a number of comments.
All right, just one sec. Okay, Adam has a presentation, so Adam, go ahead with that presentation now. Welcome, Adam.
Yep, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So for those of you who don't know me, I am Adam Geniak. I'm a planner with the town, and I'll just be going over briefly the applications for the draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for 262 Main Street West. Yeah, so this development is being proposed is a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment to create 5 new lots fronting Linden Lane with a frontage of roughly 12 meters. And the sizes ranging from 360 square meters to 400 square meters that will house single family or single detached dwellings while also maintaining an existing lot along Main Street West, which currently contains Nixon Hall, which is a heritage designated building. And the draft plan of subdivision is for the creation of the lots, while the zoning bylaw amendment is for the regulations and permissions to be in place on each created lot. So just to briefly go over the official plan. So the existing official plan designation is low density residential area. And the policies for this designation are located in section 3.4.2 of the official plan. So this designation currently permits a mixture of residential uses, including single detached dwellings, and is considered a part of a stable residential neighborhood, but does allow for limited development, evolution, and rejuvenation. And the maximum permitted height in this designation is 2.5 stories. And another relevant section of the official plan that is considered is section 3.4.7.4H, which reflects development along Main Street, and section 7.3, which outlines policies for properties along Main Street. So just to look at the existing zoning, the current zoning at the property, 262 Main Street West, is Main Street or MS15, which permits a range of different residential uses and allows for a maximum 15% lot coverage. And the proposed zoning is for the existing lot to maintain the Main Street 15 designation while also incorporating modified performance standards for the minimum rear yard, maximum building depth, and maximum porch encroachment. And then the proposed zoning for the 5 new lots fronting onto Linden Lane is residential detached 4 or RD4 45 zoning with modified performance standards for the minimum lot area, maximum lot coverage, minimum front yard, and minimum rear yard requirements. So just to review where we are in the application process. So this is the recommendation report that you have had a chance to look at. We did have a public open house on October 12th, 2021 for this application, with a statutory public meeting following on November 22nd, 2021, and a Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meeting as well the following day, November 23rd, 2021. So just to briefly go over some of the comments that we received on this application. So most of the public comments we received were via the open house and public meeting. So some of the main concerns that were noted by some of the residents were related to concerns of increased traffic. Although this was mainly in relation to the nearby greenhouse properties that are currently being developed. So that those are 9 and 11 Kerman Avenue. There were also concerns about parking that were raised, specifically street parking, concerns about compatibility of the development, and there were concerns regarding heritage, which will be discussed in a moment. So agency comments were also provided on this application following the circulation of documents, which took place prior to the open house on October 12th. So just to summarize some of the agency comments, there were no objections to the zoning from any of the agencies. There was one minor provision requested by town's Public Works Department to amend the interior side yard setback of lots 1 and 2, which are the northernmost lots there. To accommodate a 3.0 meter wide storm easement with the setback being 1.5 meters on each lot, which is shown on the diagram there. And additionally, a number of conditions of draft plan approval were provided by the agencies circulated, mainly by Public Works and the region of Niagara, which are in Appendix C within the report. Yes, so just in reviewing the application was looked at in regards to the town's official plan policies. So in accordance with section 3.4.7.4 E and I of the official plan, the proposed lots do maintain the compatibility and rhythm with the existing streetscapes. So for the existing lot, the zoning would be bringing Nixon Hall into a bit more greater conformity with the zoning bylaw. And for the new lots, the zoning would, they're of similar size and frontage to the existing lots along Linden Lane and to the north of Sumac Court. So just for reference on these sizes, a lot of these lots are also around 400 square meters in lot area. And these frontages of these lots along Linden Lane and just to the north of Sumac Court are also in the range of 12 to 17 meters for frontage. And they would also have the same zoning designation that is being proposed, which is the RD4 45 zone. The size of those lots were also determined to be appropriate for the proposed uses. So the proposed uses are single detached dwellings, and we believe they are appropriate size and an appropriate quantity for the effective and efficient development of the area. So in accordance with section 3.4.7.1 B and C of the official plan. So looking at the principles of a controlled growth, these new lots would be appropriate as they are mostly utilizing existing infrastructure, unused land, and are considered a form of minor infill intensification. In terms of parking, planning staff feel that the parking can be sufficiently provided on each proposed lot, enough for the proposed use, which is 2 spaces for each proposed dwelling. And additionally, some concerns that have been heard regarding vehicle traffic. Much of these concerns, again, are related to the nearby greenhouse development at 9 and 11 Kerman Avenue. So a lot of these concerns will be addressed with this application as it moves along in the process. So just to provide some information on the heritage for Nixon Hall, the applications have been reviewed by the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee, and draft plan conditions have been included to address the heritage attributes of the designation. And I'd like to briefly pass that over to Bianca Verrecchia, our heritage planner, just to go into a little bit more detail about those.
Thank you, Adam, through you, Mayor Jordan. So I'm quickly going to give you an overview of some of the plan of subdivision recommendations. So really quickly, staff have thoroughly reviewed all materials pertaining to the heritage components of this application and are generally satisfied with the following recommendations in place: that the heritage resource on the subject site will be conserved through the proposed development application. Staff note that in the event that the designation bylaw is not amended prior to the submission of a building permit for the newly proposed residential lots, a heritage permit will be required. The designation bylaw, however, should be amended following the registration of the subdivision, and the following draft plan conditions will therefore be implemented within the subdivision agreement. So I just wanted to note that some of the recommendations which were brought before the Heritage Committee and endorsed were slightly amended to include subdivision, to be included within the subdivision agreement. So it's the same words within the recommendations. They are just added within the subdivision agreement as well as the heritage permit. So the first being that the cultural value identified on the subject site be conserved and that the integrity of the structure be maintained. Number 2, that a detailed construction plan be submitted as required as a requirement of the subdivision agreement, and that the construction plan provide mitigation measures to address vibrations caused by construction equipment along London Lane and at the rear of the subject property. Number 3, that the construction plan mitigate any potential impacts to the large butternut tree to the west of the heritage resource. Number 4, that a detailed heritage conservation plan be submitted as a requirement within the subdivision agreement, ensuring precautionary measures are in place to protect the cultural heritage value of the subject site or on the subject site. And that these precautionary measures include construction hoarding, vibration and crack monitoring devices, and other conservation measures as needed to mediate any impacts to the heritage resource. Number 5, that the conservation measures within the Heritage Conservation Plan be in accordance with best practices outlined within the standards and guidelines for historic places in Canada. Number 6, that access be provided to heritage professionals on staff to perform regular observation of all vibration and crack monitoring devices, as well as overall observation of the subject site. Staff will reference best practices and property standards during these observations. Number 7, that the designation bylaw be amended after the subdivision has been registered, and that the property owner agree to the designation amendment, and that the property owner agree to not object to the designation bylaw amendment. Number 8, that the designation bylaw be updated to include attributes of cultural heritage value, an updated statement of significance, and brought into conformity with the new Ontario Heritage Act requirements established through Bill 108. Number 9, that vegetative screening be added on the proposed adjacent lots to the heritage home in order to maintain the views along the significant Main Street West corridor. Number 10, that the vegetative screening include trees found within the Carolinian forest in an effort to maintain and enhance the Carolinian forest species found throughout the town of Grimsby. Number 11, that securities be taken for the cultural heritage resource for any potential structural damages caused during the construction of the proposed residential dwellings to the rear of the subject property. Number 12, that detailed architectural drawings be submitted prior to the submission of a building permit for Lot 5, and that efforts be made to ensure compatibility and distinguishability with the cultural heritage resource. The last recommendation made by staff was not endorsed by the Heritage Committee. However, staff continue to recommend the following: that the fence removal recommendation within the Heritage Impact Assessment be left to the discretion of the heritage property owner. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to Adam.
Yep, thanks, Bianca. Through you, Mayor Jordan. Go to the next slide, Peter. So just to conclude, based on everything that you just heard, planning staff are recommending that report PA 22-05 for the applications for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision approval do be received for 262 Main Street West, that the zoning bylaw amendment and draft bylaw attached to the staff recommendation report as Appendix B be submitted to council for approval, that the draft plan of subdivision be approved subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix C of the report, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the subdivision agreement on the town's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Adam. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to planning staff, as I was going through it, something jumped out at me. It's on page 20 of the report under 32, and it's the following warning clause: shall be hereby registered on title to the land. I guess I'm just asking more out of curiosity. I was interested to see something as strong as that be put into registered on title. This has to do with the drainage. I guess there's some issues there. So we are... the lot grading will include drainage swales, and it's the property owner's responsibility to maintain it the way and they can't modify it. So I guess I think that's really good, because I've had that issue in the past with other residents who somebody puts in a garden and raises the elevation of their land and it starts to flood on the next property. So this is a really good thing. I guess question being, if I were a homeowner and bought one of these homes and knew about this, and I went and sold it, would the next homeowner know about this? Is this something that solicitors would bring this to the potential purchaser's attention so that we don't have to go and explain it ourselves to the owner of the home, especially if the next door neighbor says, they're knocking down the swale and trying to convert it, or, they're putting in a pool. They're doing something to modify this drainage swale. So my only concern is how do we know that this is going to be kept up? What are the provisions provided in future when homes on this property are bought and sold? I guess that would be my question. Thank you.
Adam, go ahead.
Do you see that, Adam, on the report?
Sorry, I'm still trying to find it.
Yeah, so it's page 20, number 32. The following warning clause shall be hereby registered on title to the lands.
Maybe I can jump in if it's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, there
Yeah,
we go.
absolutely, Brandon.
Brandon.
Go ahead.
So as a general, yes, all good points, and I think you're very accurate in terms of how you summarized it. Essentially, it's a general warning clause that we put on title for residential properties. Probably more prevalent in next to the escarpment, but generally all properties have some form of warning clause on it. In the case of, like you said, if the property changes hands as part of the title search that your lawyer would do, that would be flagged to that resident to be aware of those provisions. So essentially it gives residents, neighboring residents, some additional assurances that if a neighbor adjusts their grading, they have warning clauses on title that says that they're not supposed to. So again, it's just another precaution that we would try to take to help ensure that they maintain the grading and drainage as it's intended when it's initially designed. Hopefully that answers that question for you.
That's good. But there isn't a document that they sign on title, I guess, is there? No, there's no document when they're taking title of the property. There's no form that they'll be signing or anything.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe they sign, other than signing the normal papers. This document is registered on title with land registry. So
okay.
When they searched for the information about that lot or that property, that information will come up as, hey, just so you are aware, there's these warning clauses on title. In some cases, there's different reasons why we will put that in place. Sometimes you do it adjacent to maybe a stormwater management pond to say that the warning clause that potentially you could have odors relating to the pond, that kind of thing.
Okay, great answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, guys.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm just a little confused because council approved the heritage permit recommendation report on December the 6th, and in it were the recommendations that are basically outlined in the draft plan approval, but they are different than what is being presented tonight. So what council approved on December 6th is not what is in the package for us this evening. As Bianca noted, there are actually quite a significant number of changes that have been made to the version that council approved. The removal of, in number 2, it used to say that a detailed construction plan be submitted as a requirement of the heritage permit application. And I know she mentioned that there's a bit of a difference in how that will be applied. That same language was changed in item 4, that the detailed heritage conservation plan be submitted, and it was supposed to be with the heritage permit. Number 7, that the designation bylaw be amended, and then this is after the subdivision's been registered, but that was after approval from severance, but I guess because subdivision is basically the same as a severance approval. Number 12, that detailed architectural drawings shall be submitted prior to the submission of a building permit for only lot 5. It used to be shall be submitted during the heritage permit application for all lots. So there's a significance difference there where it's been removed and changed to only for lot 5 and at building permits. So it sounds like there's going to be no input, and maybe staff can clarify this for me, that there will be no control within a heritage permit process, because it's not going to be until the building permit stage for the design of the dwellings, and then only one. And then, as she mentioned, Bianca mentioned number 13, staff just chose to put back in that the fence removal remain, yet both the HIA and council approved language that said that the fence be removed and replaced with an appropriate fence to address the recommendations in the HIA. And the HIA clearly says views into and from the rear yard of the property should be reinstated board fencing should not be reinstalled around the property, with the exception of the northern portion of the property adjacent to lot 5. The existing picket fence could be extended along the western side of the subject property. So that was not only approved by Heritage, but approved by council, and staff have chosen to change that wording because they felt it was what they wanted. And I'm not comfortable with that because that's not what council agreed to. And then she neglected to mention there was one other item that was approved in the actual conditions approved by council on December 6th. And that was that the construction plan mitigate any potential impacts to the large butternut tree to the west of the heritage resource, and that the developer conduct genetic testing to determine the purity of the large butternut tree. And that condition was not put into the draft plan in front of us this evening. So I'm very concerned that what we're having in front of us tonight is not what was previously presented and has been substantially changed and altered. I would like to see this go back to staff to have those corrections made. I'm not comfortable with approving it in the way it's worded. I also don't support the zoning bylaw change to the MS-15 zoning for the Nixon Hall property, where the setback has been reduced. In order to provide for the 5 lots, it requires that the minimum rear yard setback of the Nixon Hall property be reduced to 11 meters from 15.5, I believe it was. And I am not supportive of that. I think anything we can do to maintain the minimum Main Street setbacks, both in the front yard and the rear yard, are important, because if you look at Google Maps and whatever, you'll see that there is still expansive rear yards to the Main Street cultural heritage landscapes, not just front, rear. And that is a minimum amount that we've got in our zoning bylaw in order to maintain that that setback from such a statuesque home and property. And reducing that just to put in a 5th lot, I can't support that. 4 lots maybe, and leaving that setback the way it should have been, that's okay. I would like staff to speak to the draft plan of conditions changes, and I'd like to put a motion to actually refer it back to staff to put the correct amendments into it.
All right, so we're going to bring forward the motion first or hear from staff first? Bianca, oh, go ahead. I see your hand up.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I just wanted to provide some clarification. So this is not a heritage permit, so that's why it's not identical. Those were our requests for comments from the committee. So they were able to send comments. This is the staff recommendation. So that's why they're slightly different. Those were requests from comments, not conditions of a heritage permit. I just made a list here just to go through them all. Previously, I provided the update to the committee that the genetic testing was conducted and was in fact determined that it was a hybrid butternut. So that's why that condition has been removed. And the mediation or mitigation and construction hoarding is still required of the butternut tree. The reason we felt that the fence provision should stay is because that's a pretty onerous precedent to implement or to put on heritage homeowners. So that's why we decided to leave that up to the discretion of the homeowner. Having a heritage property is already a very onerous ask of these homeowners. So we felt introducing requiring different things from how, like replacement fencing, was an onerous precedent. Sorry, I'm just making sure I have received them all. And I'll touch a little bit on why it changed from a heritage permit to subdivision. So we actually received some legal advice that the process should be a subdivision agreement. And then right after that, we go right into amending the designation bylaw. And then the reason it's only lot 5 is because our OP only permits adjacent policies for heritage resources. So that's why we can ask for the architectural drawings. And we have the ability to ask for a heritage impact assessment as well for that adjacent policy, or sorry, because of the adjacent policy. Thank you. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you, Bianca. Mayor, I just have a quick point there. Thank you very much for clarifying those points. I just feel that, I guess, the fence, because the fence was, and it was passed by council as a recommendation report, not as a heritage permit application, like it was the recommendations as they were written for this draft plan of subdivision. So I'm a little concerned that that the fence cost, it's the developer's cost. It's the developer making this application, not the heritage rental, the person who's renting the home currently. So to me, having the developer bear that cost, considering that they're putting in a substantial development, 5 more additional lots, to me, that wouldn't be a hardship. And it's also sympathetic to what the HIA spoke to. So I'm really not comfortable with removing that and putting in a different intention that staff have decided would be better. So I'm just gonna, that's just my opinion. And again, I can't support the way it's worded. Thank you.
Walter, did you have a further comment on that?
Yeah, just thank you through you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification. Again, the reference of Councillor Bothwell to council approval, there was not a council approval. These are draft plan conditions that were recommended by the Heritage Committee to the process. And the process is to recommend it to staff to incorporate into the report. This now, as an overall package, when we're reviewing the entire proposal. So, and again, the changes that were made are the changes that are recommended by staff. And again, many of them, most of them, are technical changes that are required because you can't register a bylaw until the subdivision is registered. A designation bylaw. So because we have to have a lot on which to designate or on which to register the new designation bylaw. So it's because of that timing requirement that many of the changes are made. And again, the recommendations are staff recommendations. They don't necessarily agree with the recommendations of the Heritage Committee, but that's how it is. This is a staff report, and this is the recommendations of staff. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Just to respond to some other comments there, having been in various roles in management, as many of us have on this council, I have always relied on my experts to give me direction and guidance. And while I may have my own personal opinions of what I think is right, I am going to rely on the staff for this one. We have an award-winning director of planning, Antoinetta Minikilo. Sorry for that, Antoinetta. But I just think the staff have made some recommendations, and I think we've got to start listening to our staff. I appreciate the fact that we have different opinions and we have different interpretations, but for this one, I'm going to go with the staff. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that report PA 22-05, application for zoning bylaw amendment 26Z 16-2103 and draft plan of subdivision approval 26T-16-2101 at 262 Main Street West, dated February 7th, 2022, be received, and that the zoning bylaw amendment and the draft bylaw attached to the report as Appendix B be submitted to council for approval, and that the draft plan of subdivision be approved subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix C to the report, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the subdivision agreement on the town's behalf.
Recorded vote, please.
All right. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to report 12.2B, report TC 22-03, Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee member resignations. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just like to send out a huge big thank you for all of the very hard experienced work that the four resignees have done for this town. I mean, they've committed a lot of their time and their expertise, and it certainly hasn't gone unnoticed, and they'll be sorely missed. And I'm sure that, we will see, with all the challenges that the Heritage Advisory Committee has had, we're going to probably take a step backwards over the next while, and that's really unfortunate that we're losing so much expertise. So I'd like to say thank you very much to Olia Jurchuk, Kate Sherrill, and Brabant and Mark Reddy for their Trojan work that they've done on the Heritage Council, on the Heritage Advisory Committee. So thank you very much, and I just want to get that word out there, and I want them to hear from me. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just will echo Councillor Frake's statement again that I've been privileged to work as part of a team with some really knowledgeable, experienced, enthusiastic, and passionate volunteers on the Heritage Committee. And it's been just really a great number of years listening and getting the information from them to help us make the decisions that we've needed to moving forward. And it's going to be a great loss. It's just going to be an absolute great loss, but I know that they will contribute in our community in many, many ways that are going to be so much more, so beneficial. So I just want to again reach out and say again, a really, really big thank you for all the contributions from each of the members, and you will be missed. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. Been around a little while. I've seen a lot of volunteers on committees and that come and go. And I also too just want to thank them for their service to the town of Grimsby. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to thank them for all their service. This is committee members, and although it is also staff, I also like to thank our Director of Planning for playing an important role on the Heritage Committee as well, as she'll be leaving to endure other opportunities. So I'd really like to thank her for her time as well. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, again, echoing council statements, thank you so much, Anne, Kate, Olia, and Mark, for your dedicated service. And I'm sure we haven't heard the last from you. Thank you very much. We need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report TC 22-03, Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee member resignations dated February 7th, 2022 be received, and that the Committee of the Whole acknowledge and accept the resignation of Olia Jurchuk, Kate Sherrill, Anne Brabant, and Mark Ratty from the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to correspondence. Councillor Bothwell.
Thanks. I've left the clerk with a motion. I'd like to lift the letter from the mayor of the town of Aurora and endorse that and distribute it as per the motion. And if she can prepare that, that would be great. And the second one, I would just like to endorse the City of St. Catharines acts of violence, harassment, and intimidation against elected officials. That correspondence, I would just like to put forward an endorsement as well by council for that one. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Frake.
I'd just like to second those two motions. Thank you.
All right, and we'll just approve the rest of the correspondence. Oh, wait. Oh, this is Counselor Bothwell. All right. Okay. This is Counselor Bothwell. So we'll start with that one. Moved by Counselor Bothwell, second by Counselor Frake. Whereas municipalities across the province collectively spend millions of dollars of taxpayer money in municipal resources developing official plans that meet current provincial planning policy, and whereas an official plan is developed through months of public consultation to ensure that the future planning and development will meet specific needs of our community, and where our official plan includes zoning provisions that encourage development of the missing middle or gentle density to meet the need for attainable housing in our community, whereas our official plan is ultimately approved by the province, and whereas it is written within the legislative purview of the municipal council to approve official plan amendments or zoning bylaw changes that better the community or fit within the vision of the town of Grimsby official plan, and whereas it is also within the legislative purview of municipal council to deny official plan amendments or zoning bylaw changes that do not better the community or do not fit within the vision of the town of Grimsby official plan, and whereas municipal planning decisions may be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, formerly the Ontario Municipal Board, or OMB, an unelected appointed body that is not accountable to the residents of the town of Grimsby, and whereas the OLT has the authority to make a final decision on planning matters based on a best planning outcome and not whether the proposed development is in compliance with the municipal official plans and provincial planning policy, and whereas all decisions save planning decisions made by the municipal council are only subject to appeal by judicial review, and such appeals are limited to questions of law and or process. And whereas the Ontario is the only province in Canada that empowers a separate adjudicative tribunal to review and overrule local decisions applying provincially approved plans. Whereas towns and cities across the province are repeatedly forced to spend millions of dollars defending official plans that have already been approved by the province in expensive, time-consuming, and ultimately futile OLT hearings, and whereas lengthy, costly OLT hearings act as a barrier to the development of attainable housing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Grimsby requests the government of Ontario to dissolve the OLT immediately, thereby eliminating one of the most significant sources of red tape delaying the development of more attainable housing in Ontario. And be it further resolved that a copy of this motion be sent to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Leader of the Opposition, the leaders of the Liberal and Green Party, all MPPs in the province of Ontario, the large urban mayors caucus of Ontario, the small urban GTHA mayors and regional chairs of Ontario. And be it further resolved that a copy of this motion be sent to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, and all Ontario municipalities for their consideration. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I thought we're under correspondence, and we're looking at a letter from the municipality of Aurora, which is 3 paragraphs long. Is that not what we're just? How did we get a motion on the floor here without a notice of motion and so forth? Like, to me, I have no idea what I'm voting for at this point in time. I see a letter here, and if we want to lift it and support it, I think that's appropriate. But to continue on and have whatever was just read there, I'm sorry, I can't support that without having it in front of me and having time to think. So I'm just curious, how when we're in correspondence, did we get this motion on the floor?
Point of clarification, Mayor, can I ask the clerk to address that, because it was circulated to all council members and it was included as a letter from the town as our correspondence and asked to be put into the agenda, and that was the actual written information that was circulated to all council, please?
But I don't see it on our agenda, and we approved the agenda at the beginning.
Sarah, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. If you do click on the agenda attachment, Councilor Ritchie, for the letter from town of Aurora, it is 3 pages and it includes this motion on that document. If it's in italics.
on page 2 and 3 of the document.
All right, the resolution has been presented. Councillor Vane, you wanted to comment on it?
I'm a little concerned that if I understand the theory that, the town makes all the decisions about the town and all that. But in reality, we are what's the word I'm looking for? We survive at the pleasure of the province, and the province is trying to make sure that the housing is equitable. If we allowed every single town to make their own decisions, we would never have growth, period. So as much as I like the idea of us being able to make our decisions, I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And having read through it again, I will not be supporting to endorse this. I do support to receive it, because not until I hear from there's any communications from AMO, Roma, or OSIM. I think they're very important organizations that represent all the municipalities. So again, before I do endorse it, I will not be doing that until I hear from those three organizations. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, we're saying that we're taking away the right to appeal. And if I was not able to appeal something that somebody made a decision on me and I didn't feel it was right, and I didn't have that opportunity to appeal, I think that's part of our democracy. And as much as we don't like the OLT that used to be LPAT, that used to be the OMB, it's a necessary evil, I hate to say it, because not everybody sees things quite the same way. And to take away that right of appeal would be unconstitutional as far as I'm concerned. So I won't be voting in favor of this. I'm happy to receive it, but I'm not going to endorse it or vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I will continue to support this. We all know that over in our history, that OLT has never been our friend. It's only cost us lots of money. We spend months and months of defending ourselves against developers. It seems to be the OLT and the LPAT was there more for the developers than it was for the town and for us to go to present our case. And we won very few of them, to be honest with you. So this was put in place, as far as I'm concerned, more to allow developers to buy up properties, look for to put in place properties that go against our official plan, and then if we don't like it, they go to LT. So I think that we have every right to and should endorse this particular motion, because otherwise we're just going to be spinning our wheels and spending money for the rest of our term and terms thereafter, as long as this particular one-sided bureau is in place. Anyways, I will continue, and I hope that my fellow councillors will rethink what they're doing.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I just wonder, why is Ontario the only province that does this? And how come the other provinces, I mean, if this is the right of appeal, or if this is, I mean, Canada in general has democratic rights, why only Ontario? Like, I respect the processes in the other provinces. So I wonder, why does Ontario do this and why doesn't Quebec? or why doesn't Newfoundland, or I mean, none of them, it sounds like, is written this letter to do this except Ontario. So I find myself constantly explaining to residents that the LPAT will make the decisions. It's not the LPAT anymore, it's the OLT. But I find it difficult when people tell me, like, why can't you, why sometimes we have to make decisions based on the alternate being the OLT will change our mind for us. And so I want to be able to have that decision-making land in the hands of the town council and not the province. After reading this letter, when it says our official plans are reviewed by the province and approved by the province, it's not like the province doesn't have a chance. And so I wonder, maybe some of our staff on the call or on the meeting right now can tell us how they deal with this in other provinces. Like, there must be, in Canada, we have an endless appeals process. There must be the means for appealing to the town to change a decision. And I'm sure you could appeal to the courts, but I don't want to get stuck on the fact that, like, oh, like, we need to allow the right to appeal because the other provinces don't allow that. So can anyone answer the question for me?
Councillor Sharp, just a point of clarification. I am not an expert, but I am familiar with a couple other jurisdictions, and it's the municipality has the appeal process built within their official plan. So someone who is not happy with a decision can appeal it through the municipality. And so in my opinion, if their argument is sound, then they have a chance. So that's how other jurisdictions that I know of, New Brunswick is one of them that I am familiar with.
Okay, so thanks, Mayor Jordan. But I know I don't want to take away people's rights, but I feel like that the OLT is doing that. It's taking, so people vote for us. We have a municipal council. These are the people, myself included. I live next door to you, and in your community, you can contact me, and we make the decisions you elect us to do that. And the rug is pulled out from under us by the OLT, and it's been constant since before I was elected. It was part of the reason why I ran, because the reasoning for a lot of the approvals is if we don't, the OLT will do it anyways. And then Councillor Freak mentioned, how many times have we won when we say no? It's not never, but it's not always. That's those expenses. I don't know. So in my opinion, we're gonna, if this is approved, it's an endorsement. All right, it goes to a higher body than us, who then has to make some decisions. We're not making this decision. We're just endorsing it. So I'll support it. Thanks.
Councillor Frake.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to add a little something else to that too. You know, it isn't just the town that appeals to OLT and then lose with developers, but then there's the general public. You know, our residents out there, when they want to appeal something to the OLT, it costs a lot of money. And I believe there's probably 1 or 2 cases in town right now. How do we expect our residents to come up with the cash, the money to go to OLT and fight something that they feel is wrong? And, you know, what are the chances of them winning? Because they don't have the financial backing to get the right advice. So, you know, I think maybe that's why the rest of the provinces in Canada don't have this in place. I mean, are we the only province? Obviously we are, and we stand out. And I think it's a very cumbersome process. It holds everything up. On the other hand, and maybe the decision process will be made faster without the OLT if we're doing it locally rather than going to Queen's Park and waiting 6 or 7 months. I mean, it probably helps the developers as well as the residents and as well as the town. So it's just another bureaucratic process we have to go through, which costs a lot of money. And I think every time we went to OLT, and since I've been on this council, it's cost us over $100,000 each time. And I think that you know, it's about time that they just folded that particular organization and we just put something in place locally. So anyways, I will continue to support Councillor Bothwell's motion. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Sharp.
All right, seeing no further speakers, I won't reread the resolution. It's moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake, asking for a recorded vote.
Point of clarity, Mayor Jordan, is this to endorse or to receive?
It's to endorse.
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
No.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Caldwell,
Nope.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's defeated.
Okay. All right, need a mover and seconder for the remainder of the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell.
Point of clarity, Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
will that letter now be included to receive it?
Yes, it is included in the remainder of the correspondence. Councillor Cadwell, question?
Yeah, when we're done this part, Mayor, I was just wondering if you or your regional council Furtick could, if you could comment on the three correspondence that we did receive from the region, if you can add anything to it. We did get a lot of information there, maybe a bit of a Coles Notes version of what the region did present to us in their correspondence. Thank you.
All right, moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the following correspondence items be received. Niagara Region Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative Investment Plan 2022-2023 COM 1-2022. Niagara Region Every Other Week Garbage Collection Diversion Impact Full Year Analysis WMPSCC 41-2021 Niagara Regional Official Plan Proposed Draft for Consultation PDS 2-0-2022 Letter from Mayor of the Town of Aurora, Ontario Land Tribunal Reform, City of St. Catharines CHPI funding shortfalls, letter from the Honorable Ministers Lisa M. Thompson Omafra and Marie-Claude Bibio, AAFC, Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program, and that the City of St. Catharines acts of violence, harassment, and intimidation against elected officials and government employees be endorsed. All in favor? That's carried. All right, our next meeting for the Committee of the Whole is scheduled for February 22nd, 2022 at 6:30 p.m.
No comments on the other,
Meeting is adjourned. We'll be back at 7:50. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. I'd like to call the council for Monday, February 7th, 2022 to order. First, can everyone rise for the playing of the national anthem?
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Niagara region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattawendorong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the land on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before our approval of the agenda, as our first council meeting in February, I would like to acknowledge that February 1st marked the beginning of Black History Month. This year's theme, February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day, encourages everyone to learn, honor, and celebrate the significant contributions of Black Canadians have made in both historically and in our day-to-day lives. It also emboldens us to acknowledge that while we have come a long way, it is our shared responsibility to recognize when discrimination takes place so that systematic change that will prevent such actions in the future can occur. I encourage all residents to learn more about Black history, not only during the month of February, but all year long, so that together we can create a more diverse and welcoming community. Need a mover and seconder for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Bothwell.
Mayor, I would like to put in a motion to defer 17A closed session item on 133 Main, considering that not all ward councillors are available to hear it this evening. And with Councillor Vardy being absent, it's a critical information piece that I feel it's important that she be here to hear. So I don't know what the clerk needs to do, but I'd like to ask it be deferred from this agenda to the next meeting. Thank you.
Point of order. I don't think this is the time for a deferral. I think deferral happens when a motion is moved and seconded. I think you could defer approval of the agenda, but you can't defer an item until that item is properly moved and seconded.
So maybe the clerk can help clarify
Yeah,
how to do that.
Sarah, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, yes, under our procedural bylaw 7.32, any matter can be deleted or deferred from the agenda by majority of vote during the approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, are we going to speak to this motion?
The clerk's preparing the deferral motion right now. And just a clarification, as our procedural bylaw states, there's no debate on a deferral motion.
I just have a question, Mayor Jordan.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Is there a difference between deleting and deferring an item from the agenda?
That would be a question for the clerk again. Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, if you defer it, this would come back at the next meeting, but if you delete it, it wouldn't come back to another agenda, a future agenda.
Okay, and this only needs a simple majority, not a 2/3 majority?
That's correct.
Okay.
Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that agenda item 17A, closed session on 133 Main Street East, be deferred. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's defeated.
Councillor Vane?
Yes, two things. I want to lift the item on the Vision Zero, please, for further discussion.
Happen, right? Okay. So the correct time for that will when we adopt the previous minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, I want to lift something too, Mayor, but I'll wait for the adoption of the previous minutes.
All right. So we need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the agenda for February 7th, 2022 council meeting be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to adoption of the previous minutes. Councillor Vane, you want to lift something?
Yes, please. I want to list the Vision Zero, please.
And Councillor. Sorry, we need to vote on that, on lifting of that.
Do we have the item number for that, please?
Yeah, and from which minutes? Is that the 21st?
Yeah, that would be the 21st, yes.
What is it? Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that resolution number CW 22-6 of the special council minutes of January 21st be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Sorry, we're lifting this. I'm sorry, I missed something. Are we lifting this for what reason? Can you clarify?
To readdress it,
Address which item?
it's Division 0.
Yes.
Counselor Catwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried. We'll do all the lifting first.
Okay. All right. So do you have the next one, May?
Do you wanna-
Oh, sorry. Counselor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to lift from the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of January 19th, Section 5A, the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meeting for discussion.
Can I just ask a point of clarification of the clerk? If Councillor Cadwell is lifting 5A, does that include all of the sub components under 5A, like 22, 4, 5, 6, 7? Or 4, 5, 6, 22, 4, 5, 6?
Yes, Counselor Cowell, do you mind giving me the specific resolution number that you want to lift under 5A?
Yeah, it was, let me see, I wrote it down here. It was the one where we discussed, sorry, there's, because there wasn't a lot of information under each one, but it's the one where we discussed the report that staff gave about the format of how the Heritage Committee would be moving forward with. Sorry, I don't, I think it's number 3. I think it was item 3. I believe. I apologize. Because I just read through the minutes and they didn't really give a lot of information under each item. Other than it was moved and second and how the vote went. But it's the one that we had discussion from the report from staff on how they want to move forward with the heritage meetings in the future.
$22.12. For me? 2212. Counselor Cowell, I think you're looking at lifting CW 2212, which is the Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee resolution GH 2215 of the
Does that to do with the recommendations from staff? Sarah?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the one then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Moved by Counselor Cadwell, second by Counselor Dunstall. Resolved that resolution number CW 22-12 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of January 19th, 2022 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cowell,
Yes, please.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes, indeed.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
speakers list. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I would like to lift 5A 22-4, and it's specifically because of the community emails that we've been receiving as council. And they're asking us to reconsider 5A 22-4. So I'd like to lift that one. I also have, and I don't know if this is the right time to the clerk to put in an information request. Would this be appropriate, or should I wait until we vote on that motion?
Yes, can we wait until we vote on that motion?
Yep.
Thanks.
Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frey. Resolve that resolution number CW 22-4 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of January 19th, 2022 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy, sorry, Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's defeated.
The clerk just has a clarification on business.
Sorry, I made a slight error with the motion from Councillor Vane, seconded by Councillor Cowell to lift resolution number CW 22-6 from the special council minutes of January 21st regarding the Vision Zero. Because this went to a council meeting, it is now a record of the meeting rather than recommendation. So you would need 2/3 to reverse a decision already made by council. So Committee of the Whole minutes is different from council minutes. So we're seeing that there wasn't a 2/3, that motion was actually defeated.
Thank you for the clarification, Sarah.
Point of clarity, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dunstall. Yes, Councillor Ritchie.
When we're all done, can we have a list of what's been lifted?
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm getting.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I'd like to lift something from the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee minutes on the Committee of the Whole meeting of January the 19th. And I'm sorry, I'm a little unprepared, but it was the election of the chair and the vice chair. If I could lift that, whatever item number that is, maybe the clerk could help me.
Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that resolution number CW 22-5, the Committee of the Whole minutes of January 19th, be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Did we get that right? You said committee of the whole. Is it the Heritage Advisory minutes?
Is it?
Yeah.
It's CW 22-5, which was the CEP item number 1,
Okay.
which was the election of the chair and the vice chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Go ahead.
Councillor Bothwell? Yep. Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
Sarah's going to clarify which items were lifted.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there were 4 requests for minutes to be lifted for separate consideration. 2 were defeated, and the 2 that will be considered is CW 2212, which was regarding the heritage scheduling by staff, and CW 22-5, which is the election of the chair and vice chair.
Thank you, Sarah.
Can I put my information request in now, Mayor Jordan or clerk?
Yep. Or should we do the lifted?
Do you mind if we do it at the end of this?
All right, so we'll deal with CW 2212 and 22-5 first, and then we'll deal with the information report requested by Councillor Bothwell. Yeah, all right. So we're dealing with CW 2212 now. Councillor Cadwell, you wanted to speak on it?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. Just so everybody's aware of the scheduling that was proposed by staff for the Heritage Advisory Committee. I have some grave concerns that the chair voted against that. So the recommendation of the format for the future of the Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee meetings. So I just don't have any confidence in the chair right now. I've attended many meetings, and again, to me, this was the last straw. So yeah, I'd like to that we could look to appoint another chair for the advisory committee. And I would look to experience with Heritage. I would look to if Councillor Dunstall would be interested in being chair to the end of this term. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell, that's more CW 22-5, so that's where the voting. That was the recommendations for the Heritage Committee.
So that was CW 22-5, not 12?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was told was 12. So again, the challenging part is when we get the minutes, there's nothing written about what was approved in that. So again, yeah, anyways, it's where the report came from staff on the format.
The clerk's going to clarify now.
Councillor Cadwell, I thought you meant the report that came to staff regarding the scheduling, which was for Heritage to do working groups and meet quarterly. So that was CW 22-12. The election of the chair and the vice chair was CW 22-5.
Yeah, I'm 12, not 5. Thank you.
So you want to be speaking to number CW 22-5 regarding the election of the chair
No.
appointment.
Well, okay, if that's part of it, yeah, okay, yep, that's
Yeah.
fine. Then.
Yeah,
But
because this
that's
is
my
regarding the
reasons.
schedule.
Thanks, Sarah, but sorry, that's my reasons for having an election of a chair is because of the vote, how that vote went with regards to the scheduling format for the advisory committee. If that's, I can let that one go, and you want to put that in with CW 225, I'm fine with that too, Mayor. I just want to give my comments to what happened there.
All right, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just quickly while we're on this one, if the clerk accept my apologies, I don't recall what was the outcome of the decision on the scheduling of the meetings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion was approved to have working groups and meet quarterly.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Caldwell, if you could just withdraw the motion to lift for separate consideration and do the debate regarding the election of the chair through the CW 22-5. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine, as long as we get to the result that I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, now we're dealing with CW 22-5. Any speakers? Councillor Dunstall.
Well, I think Councillor Cadwell has spoken on it already, and that is, I had something else planned, but if he's going to put that motion forward, I would accept the position if that be the case. Councillor Cadwell, is that what I will accept?
To the clerk, if that's procedure, if that's okay procedurally, yeah, I would put that motion forward.
While the clerk's putting this motion together, we can still have a discussion on it. Councillor Frake, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify what motion we were going to be speaking to. So I'll wait for the motion to be read before I speak.
All right, I have the resolution moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that resolution CW 22-5 of the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of January 19th, 2022 be amended to read that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory CEP item be read as resolved that Counselor Dunstall be appointed as chair. Recorded vote or discussion first. Counselor Frake, you wanted to discuss? Counselor Frake, you're muted. Counselor Frake, you're still muted. There we go.
Am I on now? I'll say it for the third time. This time, hopefully everyone will hear me. Anyways, as I said, this is kind of like deja vu. About a year ago, we went through the same process where Councillor Dunstall wanted to be the chair of the Heritage Committee, and he brought it to council, and we went through the process, and in spite of the fact that the Heritage Committee actually voted for Councillor Bothwell, and I'm disappointed that we are considering taking Councillor Bothwell off that particular committee as chair again, knowing of the background and experience and dedication that she has put into this particular role. I certainly won't support this particular motion. I think it's totally unforgivable and shameful that we're going down this road again. I'm stuck for words, to be honest with you, that we're doing this. So anyway, it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just want to add to my comments that, yeah, as what Councillor Frake said back a year or so ago, I did support Councillor Bothwell as the chair. Now I've attended many meetings, and what happened with one of the meetings in the past, and again, that she did not support the recommendation of the Heritage Committee scheduling and the format for the moving forward. I have issues with that. That's why. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
I will be supporting this motion in light of the comments by both staff and members of council about the concerns, the actions of Councillor Bothwell. I have no choice but to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm honored and privileged to serve as chair for this committee, and as well working with staff who've done an excellent job over the last year catching up on quite a large workload that was left outstanding from going back to 2012 with respect to designation plaques and cleaning up some designation reports that hadn't been completed. Staff did a phenomenal job on bringing us up to speed and moving forward now on what our strategic priorities are, which is protecting heritage in Grimsby and moving forward on the Main Street and the Grimsby Beach, hopefully looking at how we can protect heritage further there. The unfortunate thing is that, and I think that, and I'm speaking on my own behalf because I'm going to toot my own horn, because I believe heritage really needs a strong leader, and you need a leader who is present, who is there, who is active, who attends the meetings. Unfortunately, Councillor Dunstall has missed the last 4 meetings. So it's great he wants to be chair. I just think that you have to live it. You have to be there. You have to show your dedication. And I didn't see that with his absences over the last number of meetings. As well, I believe Councillor Dunstall was on the committee when the last Heritage Committee was dissolved and was instrumental in bringing that motion forward. So that's, is that the type of leader that we want on our Heritage Committee right now? I would have a hard time supporting that. That's just my position. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's appropriate to talk about an individual's attendance and so forth. But since it seems like there's some mudslinging going on, all the rest, the one thing that I've looked at over this term is that the Heritage Committee, when Councillor Dunstall was the chair, stayed intact. What's happened over the past week, losing 4 members of the Heritage Committee, resigning. We lost multiple staff, including our award-winning Heritage, Masters in Heritage Director of Planning. And I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. I'm just saying it seems to be crumbling here. So I'm, And it didn't happen under Councillor Dunstall's term as chair. I'm not saying that Councillor Bothwell was the reason by any means, but things have come apart. Not even sure if it's sustainable at this point in time. But obviously we need some kind of change of direction. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments. Yes. Recorded vote has been asked for.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Jordan.
No.
That carried.
All right, as we move to adoption of the rest of the previous minutes, Councillor Bothwell, it's the time to take your information request now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jordan. I have emailed it to the clerk, so when I read it, she'll have the text. And I would like, this is actually in reference to agenda items on the January 19th Committee of the Whole minutes. It's actually referencing 5A CW 22-6 and 6F CW 22-12. So the budget and the work plan. So my question is to the CAO. The council approved heritage budget provides for 2 dedicated FTEs of the 7 FTEs in planning for the heritage portfolio. Who are the 2 dedicated FTEs, full-time equivalents? The council approved budget also allocated $100K for a dedicated project manager for the Main Street East Comprehensive Study, HCD. With respect to the discussion of the December 21st, 20 Committee of the Whole motion on this study, the Director of Planning noted that, in quotes, the dedicated project manager was needed so that it's not something that happens from the side of our desk, but that we have a person who their main responsibility is to drive this forward. With that important staffing consideration noted, to whom has the project management function for the Main Street East Heritage Conservation District study been outsourced? Thank you.
Councillor Vane, you have a question?
Yeah, I just, is this a motion that we're discussing to vote on?
No, that was an information request. So
Okay,
now
that's
we're-
all my
now-
clarification.
Now we're moving to the amended adoption of previous minutes. So we need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconder. Anyone? Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of January 19th as amended, council minutes of January 19th, and special council minutes of January 21 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to our delegation portion of the meeting. And there won't be any crosstalk or questions or comments from council. First up, we have Glenn Horning, Firearms Bylaw. Good evening, Glenn. And I think you're muted still, so you need to unmute. There you go. Good evening, Glenn.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead,
Okay.
Glenn.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here. So as you know, my name is Glenn Horning and I live in the west end of Grimsby below the escarpment. Behind my home is a stream, a vineyard, and then the escarpment. So we see a fair number of wild animals. I am not here to protect wildlife from hunting. I'm also not here to tell farmers and landowners they cannot protect their property, their crops, and livestock from wild animals. I am here to ask for protection as a resident of Grimsby from having to live in the midst of a new bow hunting zone. When the new firearms bylaw came to my attention, I didn't know enough about why anyone would support it. So I appreciated hearing all the points of view in the last council meeting. As a result, I want to discuss the reasons hunting supporters have offered us as to why they should be allowed to hunt close to our residential homes, playgrounds, schools, and hiking trails. Reason number one, most hunters are safe and law-abiding. Handling firearms safely is a goal. Despite best efforts, accidents do happen. A deflected arrow by a branch or rock is very possible. The odds may be low, but they are not zero. With more hunters around, there are greater chances of an accident. Law-abiding. I believe many hunters are law-abiding, but not all, or at least not all the time. I have recently spoken to two property owners near the escarpment in the west end of Grimsby, and both have told me hunting blinds were set up on their property without permission. 3 blinds in total, one of which was heavily baited. This begs the question, to what extent are landowners liable if an accident occurs on their property? This forces landowners to patrol their properties. Reason number 2, hunting is strictly regulated and has quotas. My concern is not regulation, but rather enforcement, which is critical for regulations to be effective. So what has caused enforcement of hunting regulations to suffer? Apparently, there are 4 reasons. Lack of officers is the first one. On the OFAH, Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters website, this question was asked and answered. Do we need more conservation officers? And their website stated, I quote, in short, yes, we do. For any enforcement body to be truly effective, enough people need to believe that there's a legitimate possibility of being caught. Obviously, the odds of catching infractions dwindles as the number of conservation officers drops. With over 1 million square kilometers to cover, current enforcement capacity is simply inefficient to protect our vast and valuable natural resources. The second reason is lack of money to retain these officers, so they go and work elsewhere. Third, lack of proof tying an offense to an offender. And fourth, travel distance necessary to catch an offender, which means hunters have time to leave before officers get there. And then it was brought up about quotas. I'm not sure why quotas were mentioned at all. I don't know how quotas make us residents safer. My research came up dry on this one. However, since it was the hunting supporters' reason, I want to consider it. It is no secret that some hunters primarily hunt for the sport and have little interest in recovering all their kills. I submit to you that overall, this means quotas will not translate into less shooting. In case there is a pushback on this point, we have already been shown a live demonstration in the last council meeting that dead, unrecovered ducks were found on the shoreline after the hunters were gone. This leads back to enforcement. If a hunter kills more than they're allowed but only takes quota, how difficult would it be for an enforcement officer to prove an offense? The third reason I was given was hunters are needed to kill coyotes. Apart from the rare occurrence of an aggressive coyote towards humans, can we allow this reason to be a blanket justification for killing just any coyote? Admittedly, coyotes are scary, but do they serve a purpose? I have a small dog, an easy snack for a coyote. However, I would not want coyotes killed just to appease my fears. I have come to realize that without predators like coyotes, we would have many, many more rodents to contend with. I've watched coyotes lie in the field waiting for rodents to come out in the open. Unfortunately, this also exposes them to hunters. Additionally, I'm concerned when I hear hunters brag about the number of coyotes they kill. Unfortunately, rodent
rodent consequences do not seem to factor into the hunter's reasoning, especially for nearby residents. Furthermore, killing coyotes randomly is short-sighted. A lot of research has shown that it does not affect their presence in a given area for very long. When one is killed, another will eventually fill the void and take its territory. Reason number 4, don't worry, hunters may not get permission to hunt in your area anyway. This was told to me personally. This may sound reassuring, but we have to understand how someone could end up hunting on a property. Not all landowners live on their properties. Some do not even live in Grimsby. One of the forests near us is owned by a person who lives in another city. Since the forest was deemed green space, he has been unable to utilize it. Allowing hunters into areas like this would endanger those landowners. Would not endanger those landowners. Also, what happens when a hunter wounds an animal, which is easily done, and that animal flees to an adjacent property where the hunter does not have permission, or the injured animal flees towards a playground or school? Does the hunter pursue or let the animal suffer? The rules state hunters must not pursue onto other properties without permission. But how is that scenario really going to play out? In many cases, hunters would have no idea who owns the adjacent property. If they don't pursue, would some other person want to meet up with that same injured animal? Furthermore, since many property boundaries do not use fencing, especially along the escarpment, how will hunters know when they have left one property and entered into another? It is often very hard to tell. The 5th reason that I was told was bows are only effective up to 60 meters. This is absolutely true if you're referring to a large game kill shot. However, arrows can travel much further than the kill shot. Also, what happens to that arrow when accidentally fired or deflected? The average arrow shot from a compound bow can travel 100 meters given the right conditions. A crossbow's arrow can travel several hundred meters. Crossbow education websites claim they can shoot 500 meters or more. That is the same distance from McDonald's restaurant's front step to the Coronation Park and Pool near Christie Street. This fact does not take into account the silence of a bow. Residents, playing children, and hikers would not hear a bow hunter shooting nearby. We have young children in our neighborhood who play in a forest and could be moving closer to danger without even realizing it. In conclusion, none of the reasons offered to us changed my mind about allowing hunting near 3 public parks, 1 public school, hiking trails, and hundreds of homes on the west end of Grimsby. Now, before I conclude, I want to first commend those in leadership who have the willingness to question older bylaws. We need to have open conversations about what might need to change in and around our town. So I'm not against questioning bylaws and changing them if necessary. However, I am against allowing non-residents a prominent voice in our decisions. I was really disappointed to find out that OFA, Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, played a major role in drafting this proposed change to our bylaws. Asking for their input to answer very specific questions may be helpful, but it appears their help went way, way too far. No matter how anyone looks at this, OFA is a special interest group with an agenda to provide more hunting opportunities for their members. As a result, their input pushed the limits of what we as a community are willing to accept. A few of us West End residents took flyers door to door and talked to as many residents as possible to get their input. We asked this council, is it right to allow those who do not work here, live here, pay taxes here, or vote here the opportunity to influence how we live here? I would hope this council would ignore even those public petitions signed by people who are not residents of Grimsby. From our West End perspective, I am not hearing any residents asking for this new bylaw to be upheld. As a result, it is our desire that hunting be banned inside the boundaries of Grimsby, including its waters. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you for your presentation, Glenn. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the delegation from Glen Horning be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from Judith Bullis, again on the firearms bylaw. Good evening, Judith.
Hi, and thank you to council, Mr. Mayor and staff for the privilege of being able to present tonight. I have chosen a different stance so as to not repeat what some of the other presenters have said. I thought Glenn's presentation, Glenn, I thought you were outstanding. So I'm not going to speak to the impact of special interest groups. I'll state I'm not anti-hunting. I will state with some veracity that I am against hunting in Grimsby. So full disclosure, well, not full, but disclosure, I've been in Grimsby. We moved here about 10 years ago, spent the first few years on a 12-acre farm up top of the escarpment, and then discovered a wonderful home on the water that we never imagined in our wildest dreams we could ever get, and we did. And it's critically important to us because we need sanctuary. We are a family that has suffered a traumatic tragedy. If I say simply that it is a parent's worst nightmare, I think probably that's all I really need to say to explain that. So our sanctuary on the lake is our saving grace. And I'm only one story. So let's just say in the fall when the gunshots started, old terrors crept in, and I recognize that that's my problem, and I worked very hard at dealing with it. So when that happened, I realized I started hearing from other people that, you know, what is this? It's actually hunting, and at first I didn't know what it was. So one voice, my voice, is insignificant in the scheme of what town of Grimsby should be considering for bylaw adjustments. But it's not my voice. It's not just my voice. The voices are growing. So the gunshots interfere with the peaceful enjoyment of our town and those who are impacted with PTSD. And sadly, there are more of us than you think there are, but we're only one component of this. And in the last meeting and over the last number of weeks or months, perhaps, some of us have been told that we don't understand guns, that the noise could be birder cannons, or someone I even think suggested, and I don't mean this unkindly, but suggested it could be nail guns. What's the difference in the sound? And that in some cases that we're just bleeding hearts who want to curb the rights of hunters. None of those are accurate. What we are fully aware of guns and their utility and power, cognitively aware of the difference between the sounds. I can differentiate honestly after 10 years in Grimsby, the difference between a birder cannon in a vineyard and a gunshot on the lake right out front of us. Sorry, that's not even true in front of us, but a little bit to the west, in sight. But more importantly is not my voice, but the massive voice that has risen in Grimsby that is diverse and is about the residents and voters, and it is growing. And it's that voice that has been gathering. And I can't believe for a second, respected councillors, that you haven't been receiving emails and texts, phone calls galore from all sides. Everybody's voice should count in this. The residents' voice should count, hunters' voices should count. I think the majority is proving to be that those of us who choose not to have, would ask not to have hunting done in Grimsby, period, land and water, are a far larger force. So this is a stretch for me, and I'm going to put it out there anyway. What is happening has prevented a lawful enjoyment of property. Lawful enjoyment of property is actually written into the federal criminal law of Canada. It's an actual law that states if we are interfered with, if the enjoyment of our property is interfered with, that's criminal. Ridiculous to attach that to this, because there are 1,000, I realize there are 1,000 holes you can punch through it. I really just put this there to say that it underlines the importance of enjoyment of property and expectation when you move. And then when that changes, so dramatically. The impact on so many is so significant. It's fair to say that our ability to enjoy our property has been altered. And there are a million reasons. Well, there aren't a million, but there are thousands of reasons, each one being the one that each Grimsby resident has for not wanting it, to have a major concern and security concern, whether it's religious, whether it's child welfare, whether it's spiritual or PTSD or pet welfare, children playing in a park, or that they simply don't like the type of weapon being used. I think we need to respect every reason equally. Before this happened for me, I just lived privately in my home. I love Grimsby. I love this town. And to a person, every elected official and every staff member that I've dealt with since we've been here, and there have been a few, have been nothing but respectful and kind and helpful. And I'm grateful for that. The voice at council, I've never asked for one before until now. But since this hunting issue has arisen and the firearms has arisen, I've paid attention, and there's the voices that perhaps might have been neglected once. You'll see on the left, I say neglected, and I didn't know which word to use, but so we'll stick with that one. But at first with this issue, there was some community engagement. And then there has been community outreach, posters, door to door, brochures, phone calls to you all. And then there have been the petitions. There are 2 petitions out there. One from a hunting group that I think was that today was at about 1,400, and it was 1,400 votes to allow it to continue. And they have every right in the world to put a petition there and to have a voice. But in a democracy, majority rules. And I'm going to suggest that the 15,000 in the Don't Hunt in Grimsby petition is a stronger voice. Let's filter out that, because you have a document that was submitted by Assad, which is a remarkably excellent breakdown of the demographics and who is actually voting in these petitions. And as of 3:00 this afternoon, there were 507 Grimsby voters. That does not include the area surrounding Grimsby. So the 15,000 builds, but that's a pretty big core in Grimsby. The same, if you applied the same percentages of that Assad used in his presentation, the number for the hunting group of Grimsbonians would be 48. Big balance in a democracy, majority rules. And then there are the delegations, which someone suggested that have been historic in volume over this issue. I'm grateful that we're allowed to do it. I'm grateful for your ear. I'm grateful that the residents have found their voice and are using whatever social media you're talking about, communications earlier, every method that we know, both sides of the story, to get the message out. And so what's my ask? My ask is that the staff report that was put forward, and I can't begin to thank staff enough, is remarkable. It provides everything that I hope, and that these many people that I've spoken to and come to know in the last month that you will consider this and vote in favor of the staff report, which asks to rescind the bylaw 2186 and reinstate bylaw 2062. And most importantly for me personally is to add the waters and land and waters into that. I also suggest that you consider Grimsby's image through this process, because if those 15,000 people aren't just from here, they're looking at Grimsby differently. And I think we have so much to offer without having to have this. And Councillor Vane, I'm grateful for some words that you said earlier on a different report, where you said, and I'll quote you, I hope you don't mind me quoting you, you're speaking to council, you said, we've got to start listening to staff, they're experts. And if you look at their report, I could not agree with you more. I could not agree with you more. They are experts. They have put much thought into this based on the reaction, and they have submitted a report that speaks to what I think the majority of people in Grimsby are hoping you will consider. So I'm hoping you'll vote yes to the staff report. and on a personal note, bring us back our sanctuary, because we all need that. Everybody needs that. And Grimsby has everything for it to provide that to its residents. That is all I had to say. I appreciate the privilege of being able to present to you tonight, and hope for a positive outcome on this for so many Grimsbonians. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Judith. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the delegation from Judith Bullis be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from David Scott, again on the firearms bylaw. Good evening, David. Okay. David, we're ready for you. All right, David, you can go ahead now. You're muted.
Okay, I think I got it now.
Yep, we can hear you now. So go
Okay.
ahead, David.
Okay, and do you have my presentation handy there?
Yes, the clerk has it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. I shouldn't be muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I just want to speak on regards to the firearms and bows bylaw for the town of Grimsby. Okay. There seems to be a delay on the.
Yeah, you need to mute your live stream and just talk directly to council.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So next slide, please. Having some technical difficulties. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Point of privilege, Mayor Jordan. I'm not seeing. Okay, now I'm seeing. Thank you.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
We're on the introduction slide now. Is that the correct slide?
Next slide, please.
David, I think you're following our YouTube, which does have a delay, but if you can just speak directly to the Zoom meeting, your slide is presented right now and we are in the next slide, so you could continue with your presentation.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you. So thank you, Mayor Jordan and councillors, for allowing me to speak. I've lived and worked in Central Ontario all my life. Hunting has been a passion of mine from as soon as I was old enough to be able to hunt. I retired in 2016 and moved with my spouse to Grimsby to enjoy life in Niagara. And we live on the Ridge, on Ridge Road, in rural Grimsby. And the property we purchased, when we purchased the property, we had some criteria that we wanted to, that we had to move or to enjoy our retirement, which included the ability to hunt our own livestock and raise livestock as well. Next slide, please. So just speaking about a bit about how wildlife is managed in Ontario, sustainable wildlife management. The Ministry of Natural Resources manages wildlife on behalf of all Ontarians. They manage wildlife species to sustain their population and habitat, considering the needs of human population over time. And wildlife management includes policy and regulation, research and monitoring, habitat planning, management and conservation, allocation and harvest planning. And the source is, of course, the Ministry of Natural Resources. Next slide, please. So as far as who pays for wildlife management, there's $25.5 million paid by hunters to hunt and support our passion to sustain our wildlife for the future. And that's all of Grimsby, all of Ontario. So hunters are paying for this. Without hunters, then there is no way to manage wildlife in Ontario. Next slide, please. So I want to speak about living with coyotes because, of course, I live on the Ridge. I deal with them almost on a daily basis here because there is way too many. They prey on deer fawn and other small animals. They prey on wild turkey. I've witnessed the destruction of the wild turkey population here since hunting ban last year. So when council originally banned hunting, we had an abundance of turkeys here. I have seen 2 turkeys this year. That's it. Obviously, they have a free pass. Coyotes have a free pass because they haven't been hunted. We raise sheep and chickens here. Very appetizing for coyotes. I keep a guardian donkey just for their protection at a cost of over $1,000 a year for feed. Now, this is a hobby farm. I don't make $1,000 a year. Coyotes carry disease. I had a dead mangy coyote drop dead in our yard that I had to take care of because anybody that I called wasn't going to deal with it. My farm dog, always in danger. Do I have to leash my farm dog? My dog has a habit of chasing coyotes. I have a 3-legged coyote out here right now. And one of these days, the 2 of them are going to meet up because that 3-legged one can't run very fast. I've witnessed a coyote enter our neighbor's barn. And I went over and there was dead chicken feathers everywhere. And the lady that owns the farm there, I called her and said that they got her chickens and it happened to be her favorite chicken, Henny Penny. But anyway, let me legally protect my animals and land. It is our livelihood to have these animals here and our farm. Next slide, please. So is that the next slide or did you skip one there? Okay, thank you. So recently the city of Oshawa has received an increase in reports of coyote sightings in their community. There's been 3 confirmed bites by coyotes in 2 different areas. And as you can see, I put the report number down from the city of Oshawa, and the stats are there, 507 coyotes, because they have banned hunting in the city of Oshawa. Next slide, please. So this is from the Toronto Star just recently, within the last January 21st. So, and this is just copying the headline there. The city of Oshawa is grappling with how to manage the increased reported coyote sightings and at least 3 confirmed bites. These incidents took place in residential neighborhoods to wee children. Next slide, please. So just going on to hunter safety, this is the most recent data I could find. I had a hard time finding some good data, but there's been very few for the amount of hunting that goes on for this sport. The numbers of incidences, non-fatal, fatal, and combined, are very, very small in comparison with most other sports in Ontario. Next slide, please. So other sports, just injuries alone, are like huge compared to hunting. And these are just Canadian statistics for other sports, because I had a hard time finding a lot of statistics. So this is what I could find, but you can just see the number of hospitalizations just from other sports, and skiing, skating, hunting. I honestly, there's not too many injuries from hunting. Next slide, please. So the benefits of hunting: supports local business that supply hunting equipment. It supports wildlife management through the purchase of hunting licenses. Supports wildlife management by controlling the population of wildlife to maintain a balance for wildlife health. It promotes physical activity and an active lifestyle. Enhances respect for wildlife, land, and nature, and supports farming from crop loss. Next slide, please. So just closing comments. Hunting is a very safe sport. Acquiring a hunting license focuses very heavy on the safety aspects of hunting. Firearms safety training is all about safe handling of firearms. Anyone that hunts legally has been trained to hunt safely. Firearm safety issues need to be reported to the Niagara Regional Police, not by law. Hunting infractions need to be reported to the local conservation officer, not by law. Trespassing infractions, including putting hunting blinds up, need to be reported to the Niagara Regional Police, not by law. It has nothing to do with the hunting bylaw. Going back to the original bylaw, Grimsby allowed bow hunting in all of Grimsby. And now people are complaining about people putting blinds up. That hasn't changed. So I don't know why, like, if somebody put a blind up on your property, call the Niagara Regional Police, because they will deal with it. So please don't take away our right to hunt in rural Grimsby. Let the urban people speak on behalf of urban Grimsby, not rural Grimsby. Allow for the safe and humane protection of livestock. I sent out a little scenario to all councillors and Mayor Jordan regarding protection of livestock. And the scenario was, a coyote has taken one of my lambs. How do I protect that lamb? And I had various opinions from almost all councillors. Not everyone responded, but most said that I was in my legal right because the Minister of Agriculture allows me to protect my livestock. In the past, I've talked to the Niagara Regional Police and the conservation officer for this area, and both said that the Grimsby bylaw requires me to use a number 2 12-gauge shotgun, number 12-gauge shotgun, maximum number 2 shot. And both of them said that is the law here. Now, today, the bylaw officer explained to me that I'm in my legal right to protect my livestock. I posed the question back, why does Grimsby have in their bylaw how I can do that if it means nothing? Because I'm still unclear on how to protect my livestock. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thanks for allowing me to speak, and I hope that councillors make the right decision and allow hunting. Take out the lake, whatever you need to do down at the bottom of the hill, but up on the top of the hill.
They don't have you. They're asking for you.
Sarah, you're not muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, I haven't done anything. How long have I been muted?
No, you're
sorry.
not muted. That was
Sarah. We can hear
Councillor
Sarah.
Vane. It's not Sarah. It's coming from David's feed.
Oh, my apologies.
Sorry. My wife was telling me I was muted. Sorry. Anyway, thank you, council, and I hope that you make the right decision here and allow us to hunt up here.
Thank you very much for your presentation, David. We need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the delegation from David Scott be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Veronica Sherrill, again on the firearms bylaw. Welcome, Veronica. Veronica, you're muted. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan and members of council for the opportunity to speak tonight to the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw. I wish to keep this brief as I feel that town staff and council have recognized the concerns and desires of residents to keep Grimsby a safe and hospitable community. I would especially like to thank Town of Grimsby staff members, Peter Todd and Sarah Kim, for their preparation of the comprehensive report on the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw, which will be presented tonight. In reading the staff report and its recommendations, I personally feel the concerns of the overwhelming majority of the community are addressed. Speaking from a personal perspective, Grimsby residents I also know to be hunters are very mindful of hunting laws and safety measures. They too recognize that hunting in Grimsby is an unsafe activity and respectfully choose to hunt up north in pursuit of their hobby. The hunters who have been pushing for open discharge of firearms and bows in Grimsby, however, disregard residents and community safety concerns. Nearly all of the hunters who signed a petition for Grimsby hunting do not live in Grimsby, but rather were urged to sign from special interest hunting groups throughout the province of Ontario. When reflecting on the process that led to the current bylaw, it's clear that when an outside special interest group offers a municipality their expertise and does not stay at arm's length, they probably will not be working in the best interests of residents. In response to the petition circulated by a Niagara area hunter, Grimsby resident Assad Razak created a counter petition asking in part a rescinding of the current bylaw to restore public safety. While the results of the petition have been submitted as a written delegation, it's important to recognize the gravity of the resident petition versus the hunter petition. As of February 7th at 3:30 p.m., the hunting petition generated 1,407 signatures, which were mainly from individuals outside of Grimsby. The resident petition, however, generated 15,105 signatures, with confirmation of 507 directly being from Grimsby postal codes. Despite the resident petition being circulated 8 days after the pro-hunting petition, and without the financial aid of special interest groups, it still received 10.7 times the support, and it continues to grow by the hour. The public is clear where they stand on this issue. It's apparent that this has been a very contentious issue that has awoken an otherwise quiet community in more ways than one. But rather than continuing to look back, we must look forward, and council has the opportunity to correct the past tonight through its vote. This is simply not just a vote about repealing a bylaw. This is a vote about listening to the majority of constituents who want nothing more than to live in a safe and healthy community. Both I and thousands of fellow residents look forward to your consideration and approval of the staff recommendations tonight on the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Veronica. We just need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the delegation from Veronica Schwa be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a delegation from Jesse Little on firearms bylaw. Good evening, Jesse. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Jesse Little. I'm a resident of, I guess, like Niagara. You could generate it all together. I'm from Welland, Ontario. I run an outfit. It's like a hunting outfit out of Southern Ontario. I take groups of people hunting from as far as like West Texas all the way to locals in Grimsby. I've taken locals out. I've taken people from pretty much all over. So they're pretty much clients that come down. They hunt for multiple days. I meet people from all over. They stay 9 times out of 10 in your local businesses. They support your local businesses. Places like JJ on the Dock. I pretty much live off their food for most of my waterfowl season, half of November, all of December. We do our best to be, diligent of our surroundings down on the lake. I can't really speak for the land hunting in Grimsby, as I don't really do it. I feel as if it's not fair to take it away from all of Grimsby, because this entire problem started with the waterfowl hunting out on the lake. We're a pretty tight-knit community, and there was a lot of misinformation that got put out there in the beginning of this. It was right around Christmas time. Everyone was at home, and it's the holidays, and we were down there duck hunting, causing, I guess, noise that bothered people because people are home and they're hearing it. For the most part, we try our best to be like far offshore. I've never seen anybody hunting like onshore. I'm like reading things online where we're shooting the ducks at the pump house and stuff. That's not true. I was down there 4 to 5 days a week. I never once seen a single person hunting like outside the parking lot of the pump house. My biggest thing is the petition that got put online for no hunting in Grimsby. The biggest problem was it all started with a lot of Facebook posts that were a lot of misinformation. It started with, we weren't legally allowed to hunt from a bow. Well, it was misinformation. Then it was, we were shooting different calibers of rifles that can travel and cause ricochets and kill someone. Well, it's like we're half a kilometer offshore. We're talking number 2 steel shots, maybe traveling 350 yards, shot at a perfect angle. 80% of our hunting is done shooting towards, it would be called, I guess, Grimsby, or not towards Grimsby, but towards Burlington, towards St. Catharines, and towards Toronto. Because of the way the wind blows and everything, you're not hunting out of Four Hands Marina on an onshore wind. Lake Ontario builds from Kingston area. It's going to be like 8-foot waves. Nobody's getting out there. So there was so much misinformation that I feel like that petition's just like blown up. People saying that, their kids are going to get hit on shore and stuff by parks. It's craziness. So I'm really just here to kind of voice my opinion, because I tried to, be in touch with everyone about this situation, and I got kind of kicked to the curb. On the last one, I guess I messed up and I missed it because of the snowstorm and everything. So I read some like statistics and stuff. We're talking there's like 430,000 licensed hunters in Ontario. There's been 90 incidents that were non-fatal in the past 10 years in Ontario. It's like we're talking 500,000 people almost. It's, you know, so I'm pretty much I'm just here to really try my best to keep Grimsby a place that we can go out and hunt. The problem, we're going to talk about our 1,400 people on our petition. Well, our hunting industry is dying because of things like this happening that are bringing down the areas that people are allowed to go and hunt. Families, fathers, kids, you know, just buddies going out, having a good time instead of, you know, causing mischief in town. There's people out being, you know, safe, diligent about surroundings, and just out having a good time with friends. And we don't have a big group anymore like used to because it's dying so much, because you can't hunt public land. It's getting taken away. There's subdivisions going up. There's houses getting built along the shoreline. I understand that we can legally hunt along the shoreline of Grimsby as per your last bylaw, but nobody's doing it. I think we should push it to a distance from shore. I agree 100% with that. I talked to a bunch of people. They were saying like 400 to 500 meters, something like that is still, it's, if that's a happy number for the shoreline residents, it is still possible for us to duck hunt at that distance from shore. And then both parties are happy. There's still hunting going. There's, at that point, there is no safety concern because of the distance that we are from shore. It's impossible for anything to happen to anyone on a shoreline. And then the big thing was the duck that came up in the council meeting. I got a lot of messages on Instagram about it and everything. So this is where they say wounded animals and stuff. So in the duck world, we call it a cripple. It happens. So when you hunt out on a water, you're hunting a duck the size of a 2-liter pop bottle, we'll call it, and you're out in a 2-3 foot chop on Lake Ontario. And I do my best as a guide, as an outfitter, to go out and try and recover that bird. It happens sometimes. They're called diver ducks. They can dive like 260 feet. They pop up half a kilometer away. I drive over there, they dive again, so forth, so forth. That bird goes towards the daily limit of that hunter. So if I have a client, let's say in a layout boat, and they have 2 cripples that day, and their limit is 6 ducks, they are now at only possessing 4 ducks because 2 of them were cripples, and it goes towards their limit. We're not out there just shooting ducks for the sport of it. I have people that come down. Everything that we harvest is processed and turned into meat sticks, stuff like that, supported by local butchers. So I just came on here really say my 2 cents. I really hope that you guys can allow at least the residents of Grimsby to continue deer hunting and stuff. You guys want to take the lake away? Hey, that's really going to be up to you guys. But for the guys that are up on the top of the escarpment and everything, you know, they have property that big enough to have safe legal hunting on. I feel like that they should still be allowed to maintain it. So that's all I really have to say.
Thank you for your presentation, Jesse. Need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the delegation from Jesse Little be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have written delegations by Bruce McKenzie, Firearms Bylaw, Asad Razak, Firearms Bylaw, Patricia Roberts, Firearms Bylaw, Lynn Gavey, Firearms Bylaw, Roxandra Bakhtaru, co-founder Save Main Street, January 19th, 2022, Committee of the Whole Minutes, item CW 22-4. Just need a mover and seconder to receive them. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the written delegations be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to number 8, our consent agenda, report BYL 22-01, draft bylaw for shared hearing officer services. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the council hereby approves the following items and that the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report BYL 22-01, draft bylaw for shared hearing officer services. All in favor? That's carried. Next, we've moved to report TC 22-02, discharge of firearms and bows bylaw. Sarah?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this report tried to incorporate the 2 resolutions that were passed at the last Committee of the Whole minutes. The report provides for all the information and decisions that were presented and made to council in regards to this matter. So you have it all in front of you, and taking the resolution into account, we are recommending that we revert back to the 2062 bylaw, which prohibits the discharge of firearms and bows in Grimsby, and also to extend the prohibition on waters as attached in the draft bylaw. We will also be doing further public consultation on this matter at a future date for further review. So at this time, I'll take any questions.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I'm going to ask questions and make a few comments, but I mean, the town staff seems to now be making a resolution to go to 2062, but we did some public consultation and they recommended 21. Anyway, so we did some public consultation and we passed a bylaw. 2109, was that the bylaw? And then so can you refresh me, which is the bylaw that's 2062? It prohibits it in the entire town of Grimsby, any firearms discharge.
Yes, that's correct.
It's the one that prohibits paintball guns, slingshots, pellet guns. Like, so,
Yes.
I mean, I grew up in Grimsby. It's not really directed to you, Sarah, but so one of our delegations mentioned earlier, Mr. Scott, I guess, 2/3 of Grimsby is rural. It's on the mountain. We have 1/3, the little Lake Ontario plain. That's down the mountain. This is our urban area, and it goes from Casablanca to just past Bartlett. But on the mountain, it's rural. It's always been rural. Like there's farms, and there's a little bit beyond there. You get into West Lincoln, and like it's rural. We have the West Niagara Fairgrounds up there, and like there's so we say like no paintball guns. If you own a barn on the mountain, you can't go out to your barn and shoot a paintball gun at the side of your. I mean, people have kids. They will shoot a paintball gun or a pellet gun. Like this is something that should be allowed. We should not prohibit it, and that's why I voted against that bylaw when we did change to that. And so this happened. I'm going to come back to that an original incident was with regards to a resident downtown shooting a bow and arrow, like an archer, not a hunter, shooting a bow and arrow at a target. And the bylaw officer came in, and we have not prohibited shooting bows in Grimsby, as far as I know, ever, but at least not in the last 50 years. So so the person said, listen, there's no bylaw that prevents me from doing this. And so we changed the bylaw to limit all of this. And then we did a year-long study. We went and we had 2 public consultations. We advertised them in the newspapers. We did all this consultation, and we got, yes, the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters came, and with them came delegates that lived in Grimsby. And so the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters represents anglers and hunters who live in Grimsby, right? We also get contacted by, for example, the Racquetball Ontario, right? We're doing a renovation to the arena. We're taking out the racquetball courts because of it. Racquetball Ontario contacts us and says, you know what, there's not a lot of places to play racquetball in Grimsby, and they want to talk about the benefits of that. And OFA represents people that live in Grimsby. And so we use, I don't want to take away from the delegates who's suggesting that they're representing someone else, because they're a group that represents hunters and anglers who also live in Grimsby. So our original intent when we approved this bylaw 21 whatever, it was not to allow the discharge of firearms on the lake. The intent was to disallow the discharge of firearms anywhere down the mountain in Grimsby. And there was a bit of a loophole that allowed it on the lake, and that was not our intent, and that was not my intent. And so I made a resolution at our last meeting to extend the area out into the water on the shore of Lake Ontario to prevent the discharge on the lake. We didn't mean to do that, but we did mean to allow firearms discharge in the rural area on the mountain. And we did mean to allow that. There was intent behind that. We had 2 public meetings. We met with residents from Grimsby online, and I'm not opposed to removing the Bose discharge from the West End. Well, I live in the West End. I live in that area. I have kids who play in that park, and I'm not fearful for their safety. It is just not a thing that I'm worried about. As I said earlier, bow discharge has never been prohibited in Grimsby. In the last 50 years at least, and more likely ever, bows have been allowed to be discharged, and we don't see a lot of problems with that. In fact, I've never seen any problem with that. I did hear about one resident talking about, 2 residents that have lived here for 40 years or something. They talked about someone who put up some targets and shot bows at them, and I don't know all the details, but I'm not against removing it from there. It is close to some residential areas. There are 100-meter, 330 feet setbacks, and so there's safety is taken into account. I did not ever, and neither of my colleagues, approved a bylaw that we thought affected resident safety. All right, we were always conscious of that. But if it alleviates concerns of these residents, I'm not opposed to removing it from the West End area, the bow hunting. So I made a resolution. It was January 19th, and that was to disallow it on the Lake Ontario, so no firearms discharge on the Lake Ontario, and to remove the bows discharge from the West End. Although I don't fully agree that it's a hazard, I think that that's something that we can do. And I think Jesse Little, that outfitter who was doing some duck hunting, I thank him to come and say, the decision is really ours. He's here to give his piece. He says, if we want to prohibit it on the Lake Ontario, it's limiting their ability. He says, but it's our decision, and it's right. And thank you, Jesse, for letting us make the decision. And I think that speaks to the respect that these hunters have. And I'm sorry, but my vote will be to remove hunting from. Sorry, hunting is not the right term. To remove firearms discharge from on the waters in Grimsby, and that's unfortunate that people are losing space to hunt. But we have a waterfront trail. I want to allow people to use kayaks and paddle boards, right? So not all of our residents are on the shore. Some of them are off the shore. Some of them fish and I still believe it's probably minimal chance of injury. I see the statistics; they're very low for hunters causing injury to themselves or others. But you know what? I think we should disallow it on Lake Ontario, and And I think that the other 2/3 of Grimsby on the mountain, it's rural. They're 10 and 20 and 50 and 100 acre parcels of land where people should be allowed to hunt for the game that's allowed per the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources. They need their proper licenses. They need to follow our rules. There's 100-meter setbacks. There's permission from property owners. And so I think that is something we should do. I'd like to make a resolution to approve the bylaw. Sarah, please help me with the number. 2186 with amendments to disallow firearms discharge on Lake Ontario and amendments to change the yellow area below the mountain in the west end to red. That would eliminate the firearms discharge on the lake. My apologies to the duck hunters who want to hunt on Lake Ontario. That was never our intent, and the loophole was there, and we understand that you guys are following the rules, and thank you for respecting our rules. And 2, it would remove the firearms, the bows discharge. Firearms are not allowed to be discharged anywhere down the mountain in Grimsby, anywhere. And we'll include Lake Ontario, and it will remove the bows from the west end, and it allows the rural expanses of land, which occupy more than 2/3 of Grimsby's land area, to shoot a coyote. Or I mean, I'm not a hunter. I don't know exactly what they're allowed to shoot and how they're allowed to hunt them, but there's rules, and and they follow those rules, and we've seen it tonight. So if I could have a seconder, Mayor Jordan, would you?
Just a point of clarification, Councillor Sharp, and given the fact that the report gives us a clear direction, it allows what the public wants, which is more consultation and more dialogue with the public.
Mayor Jordan, I'd like to make my resolution if you wouldn't. Would allow me.
Well, I just see following staff makes the most sense.
Mayor Jordan,
to
if
me.
you'd like to participate, I'd like to.
Go ahead with your resolution.
Do I have a seconder, please?
Looks like Councillor Baines, your seconder. We'll wait for the clerk to prepare it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I said it looks like Councillor Bain is your seconder, and we're waiting for the clerk to prepare your resolution.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Can we have some discussion before we vote on this resolution? I'd like to hear more.
Yes, once the resolution's on the floor, then we open up a brand new speakers list for this resolution.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just don't want to vote until I hear more discussion. So, okay, I got you. Thanks.
Councillor Sharp's resolution on the floor is moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that council maintain bylaw 2186 with the following changes: prohibit discharge of bow and hunting on the waters, prohibit discharge of bows on west end.
Excuse me, Mayor Jordan. We're not prohibiting hunting. We prohibit firearms discharge on the waters of Lake Ontario or of Grimsby. Because we can't prohibit hunting, is my understanding. We're prohibiting a firearms discharge on the waters, and we are changing the yellow area on the map of the west end to a red area, which effectively prohibits bows discharge there. firearms are already discharged or are already prohibited everywhere down the mountain. And it's my understanding that we can't prohibit hunting. We can only prohibit firearms discharge for the purpose of safety. And I think that it is prudent to prohibit firearms discharge down the mountain, including on Lake Ontario, for the purpose of safety, not for the purpose of condemning hunting. We're worried about paddleboarders and kayaks and residents, but not hunting. I think it's important to note that we're doing this for the safety, not to stop hunters.
All right, I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that council maintain bylaw 2186 with the following changes. Prohibit discharge of bows and firearms on the water. Prohibit discharge of bows on the west end. Councillor Vane, discussion?
Thank you. I think I'm going to use a lot of my time just to clarify. I think it's been said by a number of people on both sides of this argument, and it's unfortunate there is both sides. I was really hoping we find a happy medium. I'm not pro one or pro the other. But first of all, I want to start off with some of the comments that have been made. And sorry, Councillor Sharp, I hate to say this. There is one rifle range in the West End, the DND one. I used to live right down the street from it. So that was quite an interesting moment for me when I first discovered that after moving in. I had my second house in Grimsby, and I too have PTSD as discussed by Judith for different reasons than Judith, and I can understand how that would be traumatic to her. I don't know her story, but I do sympathize with her, and I thank you for speaking, Judith. I know that took a lot of you. I want to discuss a couple of points that have been raised. The OFAH, of which I am a member, and not because I hunt, because I fish. And the reason that I do support the OFAH is because they are a conservation-based group. Yes, they have hunters, they have fishermen and everything else. They also do a lot of conservation work. And it's unfortunate that I hear so many people say such negative things. A lot of the fishing that we do is because the OFAH has restocked rivers and lakes, and they're very active with not only trying to work with towns like ours, they're also very active working with the ministry, trying to get rules and stuff, and they're very safety conscious. So it kind of disturbs me just a little bit that people say some negative things that are not necessarily true. As far as the criminal code, one lady said that the enjoyment of your property is covered by the criminal code, and she's right to a degree. There's the criminal code right there. Because I work in this area, it talks about the idea behind enjoyment of your property, and that does not talk about somebody shooting a gun in the water, because it would be no different than somebody driving their car like crazy. We try to regulate that, but we don't regulate that as much. That to me poses a greater danger the way that people are driving, and that I would rather see some enforcement on there. I'm going to support Councillor Sharp's motion. I think it's a good one. But in fairness, a couple other things. Somebody talked about bites by coyotes. Well, having been on council for almost 4 years now, I've heard a number of stories of people that have been bitten. There was a time when there was a mother nesting. I'm trying to remember where it was, but it was in Ward 3. There was a mother coyote nesting that had bit a couple of people. Coyotes were seen walking down the street. I've heard of coyotes, taking small animals. I know that there was a group of coyotes down by the Rogers Field, and they used to go hunting at night. You don't often hear them. And one of the most horrible things I ever heard was when they got a dog one night and I was trying to sleep. If I could have gone out and stopped that, I would have, but it was just, I had no idea where they were in the field. But the misery, that poor dog, oh my God, I still, to this day, it still makes me shake just thinking about it. Just the way the dog was screaming. Coyotes don't care. Coyotes just want to eat. They're not a good animal. If you look at Yosemite Park in the States, they brought in wolves to get rid of the coyotes, and it made a big difference to the environment. I understand that a lot of people are animal lovers. I am very much an animal lover, very much so. And I don't have a problem with people hunting. As I think it was Jesse said, hunters are responsible. And I know this is not only something that's local to Ontario, this is something that's across the North America. If you watch a lot of the shows in the United States, hunters down there are very cautious. Like, if, for example, if in Louisiana, say, for example, if they find a dead alligator and it wasn't something they did, somebody else had killed it and left it, they have to pick it up by law down there. And that counts towards their count. So it's just that type of thing. I just think there's a lot of bad information out there. David talked about gun training. I've had extensive gun training. When you're taught to deal with guns, it's all about safety. Everything is safety. You know, you don't point a gun at anybody. You don't point a gun here, there, wherever. You don't play with your gun. You play with your gun, you lose your gun. That's the end of that discussion. What else was there? There was, yeah, and again, it comes back, like, people talk about hunters and this danger and all this other stuff. Well, I mean, it's no different to me, and maybe I'm oversimplifying it here, but we have bad drivers on the road and we try to control them the best we can. Doesn't mean every driver is bad. And the same goes for hunters. Yes, you're going to have your poachers and you're going to have your wild people that do their crazy things. Like somebody talked about finding beer cans in front of their rural area, and that they felt, because of that, all hunters are out drinking and shooting. Well, that's not happening. So I just want to close with one thing too, that I remember talking to an agricultural gentleman one time who used to work for the Agriculture Department of the Ontario. And he told me that there used to be this pig farm in an area he went to, and it had been there like 50, 60 years, whatever. People started moving in and building homes and complained about the pig farm. They went to council, and council said, oh yeah, well, the pig farm's got to close because it's affecting people. I think before we jump into this fire and start, throwing things around and reacting to everybody, there was a lot of consultation. We're getting a lot of misinformation. And I think we really need to just slow it down. I think supporting Councillor Sharp's motion is a good resolution. I think it's a great compromise. And I just think we need to be more conscious, and we got to stop being so reactive. We spent a fair amount of time discussing this. And I think I agree consultation is needed again. But in the meantime, we have to, and I don't even know if we have the right to prohibit somebody from hunting on a farm. Like, if we're talking about eliminating all hunting altogether, as I can't remember which speaker it was, spoke about if his sheep got attacked by a coyote, I'd shoot it. I wouldn't even hesitate. I don't care. If my livestock's being attacked by a coyote, I'm going to shoot the coyote, period. So for us to ban it outright, I think that's wrong. As the one person said, and I think Councillor Sharp said the same thing, a lot of the escarpment is rural. And you know what? I mean, that's our life too. If we don't start controlling some of this stuff, we're going to have a real problem. And people say that nature takes care of culling things. No, it doesn't. You go down to Hamilton, they started shooting birds down there. You were allowed 15 a day. You had to pick them up. They were non-edible, but they had to be shot because there were so many of them, and they were starting to impact the fish population. That's because they ate so many fish, each bird. So, you know what? I mean, like I say, there's a lot of misinformation here, and I think cooler head needs to prevail. I get that people don't like the sound of gunshots. They don't bother me, but that's me. That's me personally. So I do respect the people that spoke tonight, and I will support Councillor Sharp's motion. Thank you.
Right now, the clerk has just a point of clarification. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. So for bylaw 2186, it did take some time to establish the map where we allowed or prohibited discharge of firearms and bows. And this current motion on the floor is a bit difficult on the spot because we don't have a defined definition of West End. Where would that start and where would that end? Therefore, staff are still in support that we revert to 2062 until we can do that further public consult and review the bylaw more in detail, and to be able to establish if we require a better a map with, encompassing a proper West End.
Point of clarification, Town Clerk. So you're suggesting that we just ban all hunting outright, even though it's allowed by provincial law by farmers and that?
Just a point of clarification, Councillor Bain. The right for a farmer, a bona fide farmer, to protect his livestock is that supersedes any bylaw we have.
Thank you.
I don't accept the amendment.
All right, we'll continue with the speakers list. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions, I believe, were partly answered by the clerk, and thank you, Sarah. So with this bylaw that staff is recommending, after some more public consultation, whether it's a survey, then we will revisit. So this is only a bit of an interim bylaw. Is that my understanding? Great, good to hear. Yeah, and I did speak with staff on Friday, and I want to thank staff for all the work they've put in. And with regards to consultation, we had some good conversation on that too. So again, to the survey, if it's a survey, which it'll be in a form anyways, will there be, let's see, a tracking? I'll just say a tracking of that survey that it lets us know, as some of the presenters spoke, on the number of people that are Grimsby residents, because I find that that's very important to me to know, you know, and again, people want to be involved in a survey, that's fine too. They have that privilege. But I think it's very important that we do keep track of the number of residents in Grimsby that do respond. So I'm sure that will be in there then, Sarah, that type of tracking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, if we do a survey, we can definitely control it by asking that question, whether they are a resident of Grimsby or not.
Great, that's great to hear too. Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, a lot of my questions have been answered, but I just want to thank all the presenters, both sides. I've learned a lot hearing both sides of the you know, of this very contentious, strong issue. So again, thanks to all the presenters. And just a little bit of a update from my discussions with staff. I know we took a bit of a beating that we weren't being transparent, but we held 3 public meetings. That was staff were telling me, and that's great. And I'm glad we're moving ahead, proposing and having some more public engagement. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I think that it's not until something impacts you directly and personally that you really think, oh, I didn't realize that, you know, that change happened. And often with all the politics going on and all the stuff going on in life with COVID, people don't realize it until it's in your backyard. And what happened was people woke up when they started hearing gunshots, and yeah, they realized that something has changed. We didn't communicate it well. And what happened was people then started to say, hey, what did we miss? So I think that that communication, as the clerk is proposing, needs to be much more extensive, and I look forward to that. I think bylaw 2186, the new one, as we've heard from many residents and in written correspondence, does not go far enough to protect and have the community feel safe. It removed the 150-meter buffer from the discharge of firearms is not within 150 meters of a dwelling, public park, private park, public open space, or the premises of an educational institution, day nursery, or religious institution, including but not limited to any building structure or grounds thereof. That was removed when OFA helped craft the new bylaw and replaced with 100 meters from an occupied dwelling only. So what we've heard is that we're not protecting people that are enjoying recreational activities on the mountain, walking along out Bruce Trail, out, private parks, open spaces, public open spaces. We don't have any buffers there anymore. So it didn't go far enough. It wasn't, it didn't meet that need. So I have very serious concerns about that. The other thing that with respect to OFA, I think we just, I understand that they have expertise and that they are contributing to society with respect to their wildlife management practices and stuff, but they're also remembering that they're a lobbying group and a political group. And one of their mandates and what they've put in a recent blog dated February 26, 2021, they commented on the Bill C-21, which is on the new firearms. There's a new a bill regarding handguns. And in that blog post that they post on their website, It says, what is OFA's preferred solution for Ontario? The OFA recommends that the province fully examine municipal bylaw making authority under the Municipal Act with an intent to provide more structured guidance and or provincial oversight of decision making. This would not be limited to the handgun bylaws proposed, but for all firearms related bylaws. So their mandate is to work at having the province take over that and not work with municipalities on the discharge of firearms bylaws. So, there's a bit of a conflict there as well. I'm very supportive of the bylaw in front of us tonight. I think it's responsive to what the community's concerns are, and I think it opens the door again for us to revisit this down the road and have much greater and robust public engagement. So I appreciate the clerk's work on this, and I think it's the right step forward. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to clarify two things, or first thing. So, Mr. Mayor, you said that all farmers, no matter what our bylaw says, have the right to protect their farms and livestock. Is this correct?
I said all bona fide farmers under
Thank you.
definition from the Ontario Federation of Agriculture.
Thank you. So that's good to hear. That's what I wanted to know. Would that include hobby farmers? Just curious.
I don't have the exact regulation in front of me, but if they're bona fide farmers and members of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, I would assume so.
Thank you. So with that in mind, taking a look at what has been here, I do think there's a lot of false information going out there. Do I think we maybe need to have a stronger buffer zone of 150 meters? Possibly. But I do know that regulations state that you have to have a buffer zone of at least 100 meters everywhere. And that's what responsible hunters would do anyways. That being said, I hear the concerns tonight, and I guess what I'd like to do is, if we're having, if we're going to go with staff's recommendation, I'd really like to put a timeline on this when we can get a result, because the last time we did it, we left it to the end, and hunting season, or that time of year came along. I agree with Councillor Sharp that 2/3 of our properties are in the rural area. And if we can have this completed by, say, August 1st or July 1st, I'd fully be able to support staff's recommendation for further consultation, as I do support what these individuals want to do up in the rural area. I don't think it was the intent to cause, a situation of inconvenience and noise off the water. And when we look at things, again, the whole situation came up because of individuals shooting bows in the urban area. So when I look at this, I do think that the bylaw needs to be updated from the 1976 bylaw, but I do like to see some timelines put in place so we can come back and ensure that these individuals that have participated in things in Grimsby for years without any problem won't be sitting there at the last minute saying, do we buy our tags? Do we not? Do we go forward? So I'm wondering if the clerk could clarify when she thinks that she would be able to do the consultation and maybe have something possibly ready for council.
Yeah, Sarah has a clarification and timeline. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do want to note that bylaw 2062 does state that a discharge of a firearm by a person on land actively being used for agricultural purposes, if the purpose of the discharge of the firearm is for the protection or preservation of livestock or crops from problem wildlife, we do provide that exemptions.
So I guess my question is, that is exactly how the 1976 bylaw was written, correct?
Yes,
So
we did. Yes.
Yep. So those individuals that when they look at this situation, they would be basically there'd be no change from the 1976 bylaw. So if they're protecting lands and so forth, it would be allowed, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think we did provide some update on the subclause regarding the shotguns that can be used. It can't be no larger than that the discharge, gauge, 2 gauge, and that the discharge of the firearm is not within 150 meters. So we did clarify the language like that to be more modernized, but otherwise it's pretty much the intent is the same.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that, before we even change this and what was allowed in the town of Grimsby, basically would stay in place, would be there, but we would be eliminating a lot of things, the West End, the bows in the West End and over the water. But when we'd be going back to that 1976 bylaw per se. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Again, I'm glad we got all that clarified. This is one case, I think, where we all talk about, the staff are our experts and let's go with staff. Well, let's go with staff. I mean, I think Sarah's done a dynamite job putting everything together. I think we need to endorse this. I mean, it's not over. I mean, we're going back to where we were, which worked extremely well. And we're not eliminating farmers from protecting their properties and their livestock. At the same time, we're going to heading down the road towards a public consultation where we'll make it even better than before. Because now people, as Councillor Bothwell has said, have woken up and they realize what hunting on the lake means because they can hear it. And, Councillor Vane talked about people he knows. And I know 3 people who live on the lake who have the disorder that you have for different reasons. One was on the front lines of a war. I mean, then there's Judy Bullis, and there's another which I won't mention. But the thing is, they are totally paranoid about these gunshots on the lake. Anyways, I am not in favor of hunting in Grimsby at all, but I do appreciate everybody's views, and we've listened to them tonight, and I will listen to them again, and I'll make my decision based on that when the time comes when we have our public presentation. But I think we're doing the right thing by going back to the old bylaw and also looking forward to having another public consultation so people can participate in it. But I mean, talking about the urban area, we talk about the urban area as if we know all about the urban area. We listened to one gentleman tonight who lives in the urban area. He has a farm up there, but people on either side of him are hunting. Okay, so not every single person in the urban area, it wants hunters to be hunting up there because they have properties that they don't want shots or bows and arrows coming onto their property. And the urban area is beginning to grow too. I mean, if you go up and drive around the escarpment, you'll see there's development up there. We have a Bruce Trail that goes along the edge of the escarpment. All these things and all these areas have people who are at risk. So anyways, I won't say any more. What I'd like to do, Mayor Jordan, is call the question. Thank you.
That's noted. Just a point of clarification that what we are voting on now is, I'll reread the resolution. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that Council maintain Bylaw 2186 with the following changes: prohibit discharge of bows and firearms on the waters, prohibit discharge of bows on the West End. In order to pass the original bylaw, we need to defeat this and move to the other one. So recorded vote.
Mayor Jordan, I just have my hand up.
Councillor Frake called the question.
Need to vote on that.
All right, so the clerk's preparing the vote to call the question. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell.
The opportunity.
Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the question be called on report TC 22-02. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
This is just calling the question, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That required 2/3, so that's defeated.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Appreciate it, Mayor Jordan. So one of the comments made earlier was that, staff, we have to listen to staff. Town staff have recommended what's coming today, to return to 2062. Our town staff also recommended bylaw 2186. Like this, they recommended 2062, they recommended 2086, they recommended, we're not following staff's recommendation. We approved bylaw 2186 on staff's recommendation. So it's not that we are not following a professional guidance. Our staff, not only did they recommend it, we did a 1 year long consultation. We had 3 public meetings. And so when my colleague says, oh, we preach to listen to staff, we have listened to our staff. And so another thing I wanted to mention was that the rural area on the mountain, and we discussed this in our ward boundary review, is that those residents on the mountain, they get outweighed by the residents down the mountain, and we don't have enough representation up there. I am a representative for 50% of the rural area on the mountain, approximately. That one half is Ward 4, one half is Ward 2. And the people who live, so they live on 100 acres, or they live on 50 acres, they live on 10, 20 acres. And so what's down the mountain, that amount of space that they own up there occupies 1,000 homes. And so their representation is not necessarily covered by covered fairly to the people that are down the mountain. And so when we have a farmer with a hobby farm, we want to listen to them. And so just one quick question is, we talk about the urban area, and are we talking about the urban boundary, like from Casablanca until the east end of town pretty much is urban? Or are we talking about, because I live in the rural area, right? There's homes here, but it's rural, and there's homes on the mountain, but that's rural. Urban is, there's a definition of the urban boundary. I wonder if it's the same as an urban area. And who is someone on here that can answer that question for me? Then I have one other question. I don't want to run out of time. If you could just answer it, and then I will get back to the question, or I'll ask the question first. If we go back to this bylaw 2062, then are we going to have another year-long public consultation? I know Councillor Ritchie asked the same question, but would it be better to ask for staff to bring a report? I know the clerk mentioned it earlier. If I amend my motion to say that staff would bring us back a report recommending the boundary area be changed in the west end, and would actually have a map, and to include. So I guess what I'm asking is, if I were to follow the recommendation from the clerk earlier and amend this bylaw to refer bylaw 2186 back to staff for changes to the map in the west end, and to include the waters in Grimsby, would my colleagues be more amenable to passing that bylaw if it's referred to staff? And then we get another kick at it because it's a referral. It'll come back. We'll have the chance to approve it then, rather than approving it tonight. And I just had a question about the urban boundary, if someone can answer that.
Sorry, Counselor, are you asking for the definition of urban boundaries?
Yeah, it's just
our
so a lot of
documents our
sorry,
OP?
No, but maybe yes, because my fellow counselor has been talking about urban areas, and so my home, I'm a resident, I live in a house, there's some houses around me, but we're in what I believe is considered rural. On the zoning bylaw, it says RU. All right, but we're residential homes. We're a small little pocket. It's a great place to live behind the Grimsby Hyundai dealership. But I believe it's rural. But then on the other side, over where the Lampman Auto Wrecker used to be, that's been added to the urban boundary. It's now got, so there's a difference between the two. And I wonder, when we talk about urban, I think like people are talking about urban areas on the mountain, and I don't think the mountain is urban at all. I think it's all rural. And I represent those people, and I know David Scott and people on the mountain are expecting fair representation, and it's hard because there's only several hundred of them up there, and there's thousands of people down here. Sorry to go on a tangent. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this bylaw doesn't refer to urban or rural specifically. I think that's more of a planning question. I know we have few planning staff if they want to help me with that answer. But as for this bylaw, the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw, it doesn't refer to anything about urban or rural. Yeah, we just have mapped areas.
Yeah, so to my colleagues, I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to change this to refer bylaw 2186 back to town staff to change the mapping in the West End. It's essentially the same motion. It's just a referral to staff to make those changes. And we have another kick at the can to, before we actually approve it, we'll be able to look at it at our next meeting. So we don't have to decide tonight. Tonight, it will decide on referring it to staff. It will come back with the maps changed. It will come back with the Lake Ontario excluded from firearms discharge. And then we can approve it at that next meeting, which will
Point
give
of
plenty of time.
clarification, Mr. Mayor? Sorry, Councilor Sharp. What,
Sure, it's okay.
if we refer this back to staff, what law will be in place now? Or maybe Madam Clerk, maybe you could answer that. What law will be in place if we defer this back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would be 2186, which does allow for
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Clerk. We repealed 2186 and we reverted back to 2062. So currently we're operating under 2062.
No, we're currently operating under 2186, and our staff report is asking to revert back to 2062.
What did we do at the last meeting? Councilor Vardy made an emergency resolution to repeal 2186, which therefore reverted us back to a previous bylaw. So we made a resolution and we passed it.
Yes, and you asked for information as well, so we're incorporating those two resolutions. That's the recommendation that we're bringing forward right now.
So are we not currently under, so 2186 was repealed at our last meeting?
But it wasn't ratified, and the staff report is saying we should finalize the reversal to 2062. But as it stands, it is 2186.
Okay, so please indulge me. Maybe I'm misinterpreting the intent of this of your staff report. Will it do what I'm asking here to bring back a change to the maps, which would disallow bows discharge in the West End and would disallow firearms and bows discharge on Lake Ontario? Or would it just be 2062 forever and ever? Amen.
No, it would be 2062 until we can do further public consultation and do a further review. And staff will bring a report when we can, once we do the consultation. Your resolution is saying, let's keep it to 2186, right? And make some few amendments, the two changes to include water and West End.
Yeah, so that's the end goal that I'd like to see. And my apologies that I've drawn this out. I think that the intent of this staff report, if we approve that, will serve the purpose that I'm looking for. So I would like to withdraw my motion.
All right.
My
So
apologies
noted.
to, I think that the purpose we served, what I'd like to see is that we amend 2186 And I think that can be achieved through approving the report tonight. Sorry to take up so much time.
All right, we need a mover and seconder for report TC 20. Councillor Frey, Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that report TC 22-02, discharge of firearms and bows bylaw dated February 7th, 2022 be received, and that draft bylaw being a bylaw to repeal bylaw 2186 and amend bylaw 2062 attached as Appendix A be forwarded to council for approval, and that staff be directed to consult the public during any future review of the bylaw to prohibit and regulate the discharge of firearms and bows in the town of Grimsby. Recorded vote.
Sorry, Mayor Jordan, just quickly, when it says staff be during any, can we give direction for staff to engage in a public consultation? Like, is staff going to engage? It says very open-endedly, like staff would engage the public if we review it, but are we reviewing it, or are we just approving this? I want to see that it's brought back with an engagement.
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the motion does state that we will bring it back with, we will do a review. I think based on resource, we can't provide a firm date right now, but we will definitely take it back and we will take that into consideration to try to bring it back as quickly as possible. Yes.
That's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for leave to give into bylaw 2203 to 2206. Councillor Bothwell?
Just a quick question for the clerk. I appreciate all her work on 2205, the bylaw to rename the road, Sobey Road, to the correct spelling of SOBYE. I just wondered if she has an idea when staff may be putting up the corrected signs. Thank you.
Sorry, yes, Councillor Bothwell, through you, Mr. Mayor. Canada Post mentioned March, Brandon, help me out, March 22nd, 2022?
I think it was the 21st, but 20.
Sorry, March 21st.
One of us is right. It's 21st or the 22nd.
Sorry, so do we expect, Brandon, that staff will be going out and updating those? I think there's only 2 or 3 signs.
Yeah, so we put it in place in conjunction with the, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, we put it in place in conjunction with the change in the actual bylaw, or the change that Canada Post is going to be putting forward.
So we'll see the signs up around the end of March.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, just need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-03 to 22-06 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Mover and seconder for second and third reading of the bylaw. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Bain. Result, Lee Beacon to introduce bylaws 22-03 to 22-06 inclusive read a first time, now be read a second and third time and finally passed, and the contrary, or that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule contrary, councils of the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to our announcement portion of our meeting. I just have an announcement to lead off. Councillor Cadwell, myself, and CIO were happy to participate in the Roma conference on January 24th and 25th last month. We had 3 delegations. First delegation was with Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Infrastructure, Amarjot Sandhu, and we had a very good delegation with him. Thanked him for receiving the $16 million PKC expansion grant, and the $435,000 through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure program. And then we met with Minister of Transportation, Caroline Mulrooney, and that was a delegation that was with Lincoln and West Lincoln, and that was talking about the escarpment crossing. And yes, Councillor Frake and Councillor Furtick, I have to get you that presentation. That went very well. Caroline Mulrooney's become very familiar with us with the escarpment crossing presentation. We've done that at AMO and Roma, and so a number of times we've done that. And then our third delegation was with Minister Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and we had quite a good meeting with him, and he actually announced our successful application for the Municipal Modernization Intake 3 program. We were originally meeting to ask what our status was, and he was able to announce that we were successful. So I just really commend staff for taking the time and all the work involved in working to obtain these grants. They are out there, and with due diligence of our staff, we have been successful in maintaining or obtaining them. So thank you, staff. And up next, any other announcements? Councillor Ritchie?
Sorry, just a question through you. That last grant that you got the update on, could you state how much that was for?
I don't have my numbers with me, so CAO, could you help me with that?
Yes, we could get up to 400,000 depending on how much the project's going to cost, but we're getting the maximum, which was great news for us. Thank you.
Really good, really good. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just I guess comments, basically, a couple. I spoke to our water foreman, Mike O, and the conversation was based on the amount of snow that's been hiding our fire hydrants. And the water department is and town staff have been very busy cleaning out, shoveling out. I guess in some cases they have to use a backhoe to clear a lot of the snow. But Mike also mentioned about how the residents have been stepping up and helping out where fire hydrants are close to or in front of residential homes and that. And we got hit with another bit of a good bout of snow, just last week, Wednesday or Thursday, Friday, I think Thursday, Friday. Anyways, just out and about, I see some hydrants are still, they got hit again. But to the residents in the community, any help that you can lend to staff by making sure the hydrants are accessible, if ever needed, that would be fantastic. And thank you for what you've been doing so far. It's very much appreciated. The other thing, Mayor Jordan, I wonder if you could maybe just if there's any updates with regards to the Vision Zero. There's been a lot of articles in the St. Catherine Standard. Mayor Sendik's been commenting. Town of Lincoln just did another resolution endorsing Vision. So do you have any updates from the region as per se? Have they made any decisions whether they're going to move forward even without Grimsby? Just curious, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. I believe 11 out of the 12 municipalities have supported Vision Zero. And I'm not sure, Councillor Furtick being Deputy Chair of Public Works, there is a Public Works meeting tomorrow morning, I believe, at the region. So perhaps he will be able to give an update after that.
Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Yeah, I just want to ask CAO, Harry, can you tell us, since this council came into effect back in December 2nd, 2018, can you tell us how much approximately, not exactly, but approximately how much in grants this council has managed to raise for the town, or any kind of funding from the upper levels of government?
Are you married to Councillor Bain? Yes, it was in the strategic priority update. It's been about 33 million. And we've been keeping track of it. So it's unprecedented the amount that this council's working with staff's been able to achieve from upper levels of government.
Did you say 2 to 3 million?
33.
Oh, thank you. Okay, just going to say, yeah, Peach King was like 20 almost itself. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further announcements, next meeting of council is scheduled for February 22nd, 2022. That's a Tuesday. That's following Family Day on the 21st and following the Committee of the Whole. Now we move into closed session. So I'll read the closed session declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand the matters are to remain confidential, and confirm that no one else is present with you, confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you're not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purpose of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all of the above, please reply with "I understand and confirm" to all of the statements. Councillor Bothwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall?
Understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Frake?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie?
Understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp?
I understand and confirm to all except electronic devices.
Councillor Vane?
I understand and confirm to all statements.
I understand and confirm to all of the statements. Need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that council proceed to meet in closed session under section 2392F. Advice is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. 133 Main Street East. All in favor to go into closed? That's carried.
Recording in progress.
Need a mover and seconder. Resolve that legal proceed with the directions provided in closed session. Moved by Councillor Sharp. Second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolve that legal proceed. All right, with the directions provided in closed session.
A recorded vote?
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Whoops. Yes.
Councillor Hardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's defeated.
To the clerk, how does that work now that we've passed something in closed and defeated it in open?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we do have two conflicting motions, so it might be best to go back into close to clarify. And if there was any changes, there should be a direction an option that's chosen and closed.
To the clerk, are we allowed to reconsider the vote we just had during the same meeting?
Yes, we can. Because it's
How
at
does
the
that-
same meeting. It's not a reconsideration.
How do we do that?
Pardon me, how do we do what?
To reconsider it during the same meeting?
So, I mean, if we have two contradicted motions, right? From
If we
close.
want to reconsider it, how do I motion to reconsider? Can I motion to reconsider the passing of the closed session bylaw? That we
Yes,
just
you can.
defeated?
Yes, so there is a motion to reconsider at the same meeting in our procedural bylaw.
Can I move to reconsider the bylaw we just voted on?
Okay,
Sorry, that was to the mayor, but the question was to the clerk. Is it Mayor Jordan? May I or may we?
So are we going back into closed?
No, I mean the one we just defeated in open. Can we re-vote on that?
Yeah, we can re-vote. We need a mover and seconder. I'll read the resolution. Resolve that council reconsider the motion for legal to proceed with the directions provided in closed session. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane.
Point of clarification, does it have to be for reconsideration? Does it have to be somebody on the winning side, prevailing side?
Yes, you're correct, Counselor. The mover has to be someone from the prevailing side.
Which was defeated, so it has to be a no person, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Counselor Bothwell.
So unless there's two on the no side, then it won't go, you can't reconsider it, right?
You
Can-
just
can I
need
ask
somebody
one of
to
my
move
colleagues?
it and anyone can second it.
If I could ask one of my colleagues to reconsider. Maybe if I could ask the clerk, what happens if we, with the two conflicting, since we passed something in close and then defeated it in open?
I think we should go through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should go back into close to get a different direction or kind of come up with a different resolution which matches between closed and open.
Madam Clerk, point of clarification, does the closed session vote not take priority?
No, it's essentially the same vote, right? To keep it transparent, we do, when we come back into open, we do the vote to let the public know what transpired, like what kind of vote transpired. Maybe not the content of the close, but the voting, yes. But seeing that we have a different outcome, which is typically rare, I think it's best that we need to go back to close to resolve this.
I agree. Let's go back and make it
The
clear.
point of clarity, through the
Someone's
clerk.
voting different in open than they are in closed. is what's
Close, yeah.
happened.
So
We've had-
somebody's voted different.
We voted in
closed
closed
to
a certain way and
open.
voted a different way in open. I don't know. Well, I guess we have to go back into closed because it's late at night. I can't remember like how everyone voted.
Why don't we just go back into close and do this? It's clean this way.
That's best.
I mean, come on.
I don't think I'm gonna go back to closed.
Need a mover and seconder to go back into closed.
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Moved by Counselor Frank, second by Counselor Vardy. Resolved that council return to closed session under section 2392 F. Advice that is subject to the solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, 133 Main Street East. Recorded vote to go back into closed.
Mr. Bubble,
Yes.
Mr. Dunstall,
No.
Mr. Frake,
Yes.
Mr. Cadwell,
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie,
No.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes.
Mr. Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
carried. One second, I just need to kick Gransky back up.
Sharp.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Chair, you're good to go.
Okay, we're back in open session. The clerk, if you just give me some direction where we're going next.
We
Introduce
just,
yourself as chair.
we just,
Yeah, I should introduce myself. I'm Councillor Sharp. I'm the deputy mayor, and I'll be chairing this meeting. We're almost done. If you bear with us, it's a little late, but I think we have to pass some resolutions.
yes,
to the
Councillor,
clerk.
regarding that matter, we need to pass a motion, resolve that legal proceed with the directions provided in closed session. So if you could
Okay,
get
we
a
have
mover and a seconder.
A mover. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. I guess we'll have a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
Okay, that's carried. So we're on to what are we on to next? To the clerk?
Confirming bylaw. So our mayor can resume his position as a chair as we move on to the next item.
Okay, with that being said, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you to the
And
council.
thank you, Councillor Sharp, for chairing. Need a mover and seconder to introduce bylaw 2207. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconder Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-07 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-07 read a first time, now be read a second and third time and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor?
Aye.
That's carried. That's it, right? All right, meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Night.